Chapter 346. Lai Junchen had no choice but to say, "If that's the case, Master Shui, please." Shui Huai stood up and walked out of the room. He said loudly to the disciples, "I've just discussed with old Lai. Even though 17 was wronged, he is still guilty of a crime. If I take him away now, the suspicion will not be cleared and it will delay his future. Why don't we ask old Lai to clear 17's name first and then walk out of this censorate courtyard with dignity? If you guys are worried about your brother, then follow me to see him." Lai Junchen stood beside Shui Huai with a slight smile on his face. He didn't say a word, but he secretly shot Wei Suizhong, who had rushed over after hearing the news. At first, Wei Suizhong didn't understand what he meant, but halfway through Shui Huai's words, he understood and immediately turned to leave. Lai Junchen waited for Shui Huai to finish and said with a friendly smile, "Master Shui, this way please." A group of bald monks surrounded Shui Huai and flaunted their prowess. Lai Junchen, the master, was more like a guest. They left Lai Junchen's detention room and went to the prison area at the back. Lai Junchen walked steadily and introduced the layout of the censorate courtyard to Shui Huai from time to time. Looking at him, Shui Huai looked like an imperial envoy sent by the court to record prisoners. Wei Suizhong hurriedly rushed to the temporary prison area in the west wing and hurriedly ordered people to open the cell door. Last time, he did not take a careful look, but now that he took a look, the environment inside the cell was not bad. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and immediately called a group of people to clean the room, nail the iron rings, untie Yang Fan, and remove the shackles. When the iron rings were nailed to the wall and the floor, someone took out the long shackles used to hang people in the air and shackled Yang Fan's hands and feet. This way, Yang Fan was more comfortable than being tied to a pillar. He could also move around in a small area and even lie down to rest. However, no matter where he went, his range of movement was very limited. At this time, Wei Suizhong asked someone to untie the ox tendons on Yang Fan's body. 2 prisoners brought in a set of mattresses. Just as they placed it on the ground, Lai Junchen led Shui Huai into the courtyard. Yang Fan was baffled by the prison guard's strange actions. It was only when he saw Shui Huai leading a group of monks in that he came to a realization. 17. Lai Junchen coughed and said to Shui Huai, "Master Shui, Yang Fan still has a crime on him, so we can't make things easier for him. These torture tools are still necessary. Master Shui, please don't feel sorry for your disciple and make things difficult for me." Shui Huai was silenced by Lai Junchen first, but after some thought, he didn't object. He only snorted coldly and parted the crowd of disciples. He walked in front of Yang Fan and asked loudly, 17, tell me, did you participate in the rebellion?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I didn't." Shui Huai patted his shoulder and said loudly, "Good. With these words of yours, your master has the confidence to back it up. Who would want to bully the people of our White Horse Temple for no reason? What happened to you?" Halfway through his sentence, Shui Huai suddenly saw Yang Fan's pained expression and couldn't help but be startled. Wei Suizhong, who was standing at the side, had an ominous glint in his eyes, threatening Yang Fan with his eyes. Yang Fan wasn't willing to pay attention to him. If he didn't seize this rare opportunity, he would definitely die. Yang Fan said, "Master, I was originally tied to a pillar. I was tied for a day and a night and the rope cut into my skin. My hands, feet, shoulders, and back are all cut." "What?" When Hong Lu heard this, he stepped forward and tore open Yang Fan's clothes. The place where the ox tendon was tied was already bruised and swollen. Because the ox tendon had pierced through the clothes, the wound was blunt and not deep, but it covered a large area. At first glance, Yang Fan could see that Yang Fan's flesh was badly mangled and looked frightening. The crowd of disciples started cursing. Shui Huai roared and suppressed everyone's voices. "Motherf *Ker, didn't you say to treat my disciple well? What happened?" Lai Junchen was very embarrassed. Wei Suizhong hurriedly went forward and said, Master Shui, please calm down. Ever since Yang Fan entered the council, he hasn't been beaten once. This is the truth. Master Shui, you can ask him if you don't believe me, or you can examine his injuries. As for this wound, it was caused when we caught him and we were worried that he would escape, so we tied him up too tightly. Speaking of which, the people who tied him up were soldiers of the Featherwood Guard. This has nothing to do with the censorate. Wei Suizhong's words were smooth and smooth, pushing the blame away completely. However, it was the truth that he didn't torture Yang Fan. If it was really examined, it could confuse people. But before he could finish, Yang Fan interrupted him and said in a deep voice, Master, I'm afraid that today will be the last time we meet. Hearing this, the monks stopped arguing. Hong Yi asked curiously, 17, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you say that you didn't participate in the rebellion? Yang Fan said, Eldest senior brother, it is the truth that 17 didn't participate in the rebellion. It is also the truth that 17 will die in the council. He raised his hand and the iron chains clanked. He pointed at Wei Suizhong and said, This morning, I checked the prisoners and the cell next to mine, Zhu Bin suddenly died. It was this person who was responsible for checking the prisoners. When he checked my cell, his eyes revealed a murderous glint. Wei Suizhong was about to explain, but Yang Fan interrupted. Although Yang Fan is young, I have seen people from all walks of life. I can't be wrong if he had murderous intent in his eyes. Wei Suizhong laughed and said, Ridiculous! Really ridiculous! This official is in charge of the prison, how can I be nice to the prisoners? Look at the people around me, which one of them isn't a fiend? Yang Fan, you are a prisoner, not a friend of mine. When I check your cell, do you think I have to smile and be polite? The monks looked towards Wei Suizhong's side and saw that the prison guards and servants all had gloomy expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them 800 strings of money. Someone like Zhang Lilei looked more like a butcher. Although his face was expressionless, his murderous aura was soaring. Lai Junchen shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Teacher Shui, this disciple of yours is too gutsy and suspicious. This bunch of people have always been unkind and unloved. Today, it's only because you, Teacher Shui, are here that their appearances are still acceptable. If it were any other time, Wei Suizhong has no enmity with Yang Fan, why would he want to kill him? Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan, then at Wei Suizhong. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yang Fan, 17, I think you're frightened and are starting to talk nonsense. Don't worry, as long as I don't do anything wrong, I won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at my door. Lai Junchen knows that you have been wronged and will clear your name and let you out of prison. Just stay here and don't worry. Yang Fan panicked and shouted, Master! Shui Huai said, All right. I heard what you said, and so many of your fellow disciples heard it as well. Deputy Lai, the officials, the prison guards, and the prison guards all heard it. If a rebel suspect says that he will die at the monster trainer station, then he really does die at the monster trainer station. Hong Yi, what do you think this is? Hong Yi puffed out his chest and said, What else is there to say? Someone must be deliberately going against our White Horse Temple. Shui Huai raised his leg and kicked him, scolding, You pig-head! Shui Huai angrily turned to Hong Lu and said, Hong Lu, speak. Hong Lu immediately changed his tone and said, If 17 is really dead, then he must have killed her to silence her. There must be an accomplice in the monster trainer station. Deputy Lai said that he would take care of 17. If 17 can still die at the monster trainer station, then the murderer must have a high position. Master, you must immediately report to the Emperor. The monster trainer station is unreliable. There is a big fish inside. We must investigate. We must investigate to the death. Shui Huai nodded and said with a smile, Of course. I am loyal to the Emperor. Once I find something like this, How can I not investigate? 17 said that his surname is Wei. Remember his name. If something really happens to 17, the first person to investigate is him. Wei Suizhong's expression became unnatural. Shui Huai then said to Lai Junchen, whose smile was a little stiff, Lai Junchen, look at my disciple's injuries. Lai Junchen coughed and said, I will send someone to apply medicine and bandage it. Shui Huai said, all right, then I will not disturb you anymore. Let's go. Shui Huai looked back at Yang Fan and turned to walk out. Lai Junchen followed Shui Huai out of the Senate. When they reached the door, Shui Huai suddenly stopped and turned to Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen quickly stepped forward and asked, Master Shui? Shui Huai raised his hand and placed it on Lai Junchen's shoulder. Then, he pulled Lai Junchen into his embrace. The two of them leaned against each other intimately. Shui Huai sneered beside Lai Junchen's ear and said in a low voice, Lai Junchen, both of us used to be in the same place. I know your tricks very well. Lai Junchen quickly struggled and said, Master Shui, you misunderstand. Shui Huai's hand tightened and pulled him back. He said coldly, a man lives with a face, a tree lives with a layer of skin. I Shui Huai live for this face. If 17 dies inexplicably in your Senate, you will be stripping my face. If you make me lose my face, then I will lose my face. At that time, Shui Huai heavily patted Lai Junchen's back and let him go. He loudly said, Old Lai Junchen, I will take my leave now. Shui Huai left with a series of arrogant laughter in Lai Junchen's ears. Lai Junchen's face turned red and green. Xiaoman was a meticulous person. Since Taoist Yizhua said that it was not convenient for her to show herself, she stopped not far from the Senate. She led her horse into an alley and waited until the people from the Senate returned to the Yamen. When she saw that Shui Huai was empty-handed and didn't bring Yang Fan out, she panicked. Master Shui. Shui Huai saw her and stopped his disciples. He pulled Xiaoman to the side and whispered, Daughter-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help, but 17's case is related to rebellion. Even the Emperor knows about it. I can't just bring him out like this. If the Emperor says it, he will have to go back in and I won't be able to show myself. Xiaoman's face paled and said in fear, Master, Shui Huai said, Don't worry, 17 is fine now. I have already warned Lai Junchen, he won't dare to do anything. But, Shui Huai repeated Yang Fan's words to Xiaoman and said, 17 is bold but meticulous. He has a lot of skills. I don't believe that he was scared out of his wits and was suspicious of everything. If he's telling the truth, then there's more to this. I'm just afraid that Lai Junchen will fabricate a lot of false evidence. If the Emperor orders to kill him, I won't be able to save him. Don't worry, go home and wait for my news. I'll think of a way. Xiaoman quickly curtsied and said, Thank you, Master. Shui Huai felt embarrassed that he didn't bring him out. He only waved his hand and walked away with a gloomy face. Xiaoman's heart sank when she saw his expression. She thought to herself, this monk's expression means that the matter is 100 times more serious than he said. If even he can't do anything, then won't Lang Jun be dead for sure? Xiaoman stood by the side of the road with her horse and watched Shui Huai and the others ride away. Her heart was at a loss as if it was hanging in the air. Suddenly, she also got on her horse and galloped away. If Shui Huai, this big bodhisattva, can't do it, then I'll go beg all the gods and Buddhas in the world to save Lang Jun. Xiaoman was really anxious now. Fortunately, although Yang Fan entered the officialdom late, he miraculously made friends with many important people. For example, Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang and Princess Taiping Li Lingyue. Since they paid so much attention to Yang Fan's marriage, they must have an unusual relationship. No matter whether begging them would work or not, Xiaoman had to try now. Xiaoman believed that Shangguan Weiji must also be thinking of ways to save Lang Jun. Unfortunately, Shanghai Wan was deep in the palace and couldn't meet him. She couldn't wait for Wan to make a move, and she couldn't put all her hopes on Shanghai Wan. She was now worshipping every temple and burning incense every time she saw Buddha. She already looked like a desperate patient who would try anything. Xiaoman had been raised according to the standards of a female palace guard since she was a child. She was the defender of imperial power and order. She wanted to save Yang Fan, even at the expense of her own life. But she never had the thought of resisting from the beginning to the end. All her thoughts were about how to save her husband under the order of imperial power. Different education, different experiences, and different lives would cause people to have completely different thoughts. If Xiaoman had been a defender of order for so many years, then what about Tin Ano? Tin Ano was copying sutras. In the meditation room of the abbot of the Tranquil sect, Pei Xuanli's wife, Yu, came to complain to Ding Ding Nun again. The little nun of the Pure Lotus was still sitting on the side, holding a brush in her hand and concentrating on copying the Diamond Sutra. She had copied this sutra 80 times, and now she was copying it for the 81st time. As she copied the sutra, she recited the sutra silently. Gradually, she had a strange feeling. She felt that she had seen her own nature, that the 5 skandhas were empty, that there was no self, no human, no sentient beings, and no immortal. Buddha was her, and she was Buddha. She had understood the true meaning of the Buddhist sutra. "Shirtai, madam," Yu complained tearfully, "I am afraid this time my husband's crime has been confirmed," she said. "They have made a lot of accusations against my husband, and now they have arrested a Yulin general called Yang Fan, saying that he was bribed by the winter official Li Yu Dao, and that my husband is the middleman. Oh my God, when did my husband collude with this person?" The little nun of the Pure Lotus placed her brush on the paper and said complacently, "This feels like an epiphany. Actually, I have the root of wisdom." As soon as the words Yang Fan entered her ears, the tip of her brush sank and stained the Diamond Sutra that she had just written. The little nun of the Pure Lotus, who had just become a Buddha, had a cold look in her eyes. She was about to turn into Azura. Chapter 347. Vermilion pavilions, elegant rooms, winding gardens, and long corridors. In the gentle breeze, it was picturesque. Within the study of the Liang estate's 3rd courtyard, there were several folding screens and a few ancient bookshelves, dividing the entire room into several different spaces. The main hall was spacious and elegant, and when one occasionally caught a glimpse of the other entrances hidden by the folding screens, it gave off a feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion. Wu Sansi was dressed in Yen Ju's attire, with a silk belt around his waist. He did not wear a headscarf on his head, only a Xiao Yao cloth. He stood beside the antique shelf, using a cotton handkerchief. He leisurely wiped an exquisite porcelain bottle. The vase had a long neck and was as thin as a cicada's wing. When it was lightly tapped, it produced a pleasant sound. It was clearly an excellent collector's item. Next to him stood the Minister of Honor, Song Jixuan. From time to time, he would make a few comments, earning a pleased smile from Wu Sansi. At this time, the sound of boots approached from afar. The housekeeper quietly appeared at the door. Wu Sansi carefully placed the vase back on the shelf, and turned to look at him. The housekeeper bowed and said, "Your Highness, the wife of Yang Fan's left Minister of the Imperial Guards, Lady Xie, requests an audience with your Highness." Yang Fan's wife? Wu Sansi's brows furrowed slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps in the hall and stood still. Shaking his head, he said, "Just say that this prince has a minor illness and will not see any guests." "Yes." The housekeeper acknowledged and turned to leave. Song Jixuan's eyes flashed. He lowered his head to think for a moment before following behind Wu Sansi. Cupping his hands, he said, "Your Highness, Yang Fan's wife must be here to beg your Highness to save her husband." Wu Sansi frowned slightly. Throwing the handkerchief on the small green jade table, he said in a deep voice, "This prince knows. It is precisely because this prince knows that I cannot see her. This is a major case of rebellion. The Emperor is very concerned. Is this water something that can be waded into casually?" As Wu Sanxi's trusted aide, Song Jixuan was one of the few people who knew that Yang Fan had once offered the Turkic spy, Yian, to Wu Sanxi. It was precisely because of Yi and that Wu Sanxi was able to overthrow Wu Qingxi and become the most prominent representative of the Wu clan. Therefore, Yang Fan had contributed greatly to him. However, Song Jixuan naturally couldn't directly say this matter and cause Wu Sanxi's face to turn ugly. Thus he could only tactfully say, "Your Highness has always favored Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan is in trouble, Your Highness is indifferent. If this were to spread out, it would not be good for Your Highness's reputation." It wasn't that Wu Sanxi hadn't considered the fact that Yang Fan had given Yi An as a greeting gift to him. However, he really didn't want to be implicated in the crime of treason. On second thought, this matter was only known to a few trusted aides. Even if they didn't act, it wouldn't affect his reputation. Thus, he still shook his head and didn't say anything. Song Jixuan smiled slightly and said, "This lowly official knows what Your Highness is worried about. In truth, Your Highness doesn't need to worry about this. Your Highness still needs to help with this matter. Even if it isn't to help Yang Fan, it is to help Your Highness yourself." Wu Sanxi was slightly moved. He said, "This prince knows that you are intelligent and resourceful. How is it to help this prince? Tell me." Song Jixuan said, "If Your Highness doesn't want to be involved in this matter, then when you meet Lai Junchen, Your Highness doesn't need to say it so clearly. You only need to use words to point him out and let him know that Your Highness is very concerned about Yang Fan's matter. Then he will have to act with some caution. In the future, if Yang Fan's innocence is proven, then it will be Your Highness's contribution. If Yang Fan can't be cleared of the crime, Your Highness can be considered to be a loyal and righteous person and won't let others talk behind his back. But this point isn't considered important. The most important thing is that the prime ministers, with the exception of Li Zhaoda, are now all dead. A large number of officials from the 6 ministries and below have also been arrested. Lai Junchen is like a mad dog that randomly bites people. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court are in a state of panic. This is a good opportunity for Your Highness to recruit people. Yan Zhaowang is using 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bone. Can't Your Highness save Yang Fan? If Your Highness makes a slight gesture, regardless of whether or not you can save Yang Fan, as long as you make this gesture, to those officials who are in a hurry to find a big tree to shelter them from the wind and rain, you will be a wise ruler that they can pledge their loyalty to." Wu Sanxi came to his senses and lightly nodded his head. Song Jixuan said, "Your Highness should go to the censorate. Not only should you should go with great fanfare. Let everyone know that Your Highness has been to the censorate. When you go to the censorate, Your Highness doesn't need to directly say anything about protecting Yang Fan. Lai Junchen is an intelligent person. With a little nudge, he will naturally understand. In this way, if Yang Fan is safe, it will be Your Highness's merit. If something happens to Yang Fan, what does it have to do with Your Highness?" Wu Sanxi chuckled and relaxed his brows. He said, "I understand. Pick it up heavily and put it down gently. Not bad. Should I call someone to chase after Yang Fan's wife and tell her?" Song Jixuan said, "That won't be necessary. Your Highness's action is for the world to see. So what if Madame Xie doesn't know? If Yang Fan can be released from prison and knows that Your Highness has been there, he will owe Your Highness a favor. If he is doomed, what use is this favor?" Wu Sanxi laughed loudly and pointed at Song Jixuan. He said, You really are a devil." Wu Sanxi turned around with a face full of smiles. He shouted outside, "Guards, help this prince change clothes. Prepare the ceremonial guards of a prince. This prince wants to go to the censorate." The continuous rain disturbed one's thoughts. Listening to the pitter-patter of water, it made one want to sleep. Princess Taiping had worked hard for Yang Fan's matter for the past 2 days and was really tired. Therefore, after her afternoon nap, she woke up at this time. Inside the boudoir, it was elegant and magnificent. The dressing table, the small table, the silk curtain, and the embroidered pillow were all exquisite and beautiful. There was an incense burner on the table, which was burning with calming incense. Princess Taiping got up. She was wearing a fine silk nightgown. Her beautiful feet were bare as she stepped on the soft snow-white carpet. She leisurely walked to the dressing table and sat down. Her gown tightened and she bent her body to sit down. Her slender waist bent, revealing her round buttocks. Her posture was graceful. A woman with a lazy expression and a charming appearance appeared in the bronze mirror. Her spring clothes were loose, her fragrant shoulders were exposed, and the tender and tall breasts on her chest formed a deep and seductive ravine. Her plump and smooth skin complemented her alluring curves, and she revealed a mature and elegant charm. Hearing the sound, 2 personal maids came in and combed her long hair, preparing to tie it up with a hairpin. Her beautiful face in the mirror gently opened her cherry lips and said, "What news?" One of the maids answered, "The censorate sent news that Xue Huai went there and made a scene." The little lass was very eloquent. She vividly recounted the incident of Xue Huai causing a ruckus in the council from beginning to end, as if she was there at the scene. She said it word for word, as if she knew all the details like the back of her hand. Princess Taiping smiled, revealing a smile that could turn all living things upside down in the mirror. "All right, with Monk Xue's disturbance, he will at least be safe for the time being. Well, give him the rest of the title deed and add another 100 mu. Tell him that he is diligent, so I am very happy. Tell him to continue to look after it. I will reward him in the future." "Yes." The maid answered and tied up her long black hair. Princess Taiping sat still and thought for a while before asking, "Has Su Yugong returned to the capital?" The maid said, "Su Yugong came back in the morning. He sent someone to tell me that he went to hand over the case, and then came to pay a visit." Princess Taiping bit her tender and beautiful red lips, and snorted softly from her nose. Su Yugong was now the imperial censor of the imperial envoy station and was Lai Junshin's subordinate. However, this prosecutor, who was a few ranks lower than Lai Junshin, had the ability to challenge Lai Junshin. Princess Taiping urgently asked him to return to the capital because she needed him for something important. This person was strongly recommended by her, so he was indebted to her. If Taiping had something to entrust to him, as long as it did not violate the national law, he would definitely agree to it. Although he had received Taiping's great kindness, he was not the kind of person who would blindly follow Taiping's orders, who would listen to his advice, who would boast that he was under Taiping's tutelage. Taiping told him to put down the case on that side and immediately return to the capital, but in the end he waited until the case on that side was closed before he returned. For him to come back so quickly, it seemed that he had sped up the speed of the case. However, the first thing he did after returning to the capital was to hand over the case, which inevitably made Taiping unhappy. It was just that this person's temperament was like this. Public affairs were public affairs and private affairs were private affairs. Public affairs must be placed before private affairs. Taiping already knew his character. Since he did not cause any delay, then it was fine. Although Taiping's heart was in love with Yang Fan, she was an extremely calm person. This kind of temperament was somewhat similar to the young Wu Zetian. The more critical the moment, the calmer and more frightening she became. When Yang Fan was imprisoned, she was not in a hurry to save him, nor was she in a panic. As soon as she heard that it was a crime of rebellion and that the emperor already knew about it, she knew that if she could not get past the emperor, no matter who it was, they would not be able to save Yang Fan. Therefore, the first thing Princess Taiping did was to spare no expense to save Yang Fan's life. Money makes the devil turn millstones. What were the people who gathered around Lai Junshin for? Wasn't it for profit? She could not ask them to betray because they did not have enough bargaining chips to make them betray. As long as there was enough money, this kind of person could be easily killed. The second thing Taiping did was to obtain the crime of Yang Fan's rebellion. She wanted to know if Yang Fan had really participated in the rebellion. She wanted to know what evidence Lai Junchen had. She wanted to know what crimes were laid out for Yang Fan. What was tied to Yang Fan's body was not shackles or rope. Instead, it was a list of crimes that would put him to death. She already knew all of this. Next, it was time to clear Yang Fan's name. This was the most troublesome step. She had to act carefully and plan carefully. If she failed at the last step, then that little enemy would not be able to come out alive. Taiping gazed at that tender and charming face in the mirror. Just as she was pondering quietly, the steward of the Princess Fu, Zhou-min, tiptoed in. When she came near her, she said in a low voice, "Princess, the left minister of the Imperial Guards, Yang Fan's first wife, Madame Xie, requests an audience." Taiping came to her senses. When she heard the word first wife, she felt very uncomfortable. Xie Xiaoman didn't need to think to know why she wanted to see her. Princess Taiping's jade-like face turned cold. She said coldly, "I won't see her." Zhou-min agreed. When she was about to leave, Taiping suddenly called out to her. After thinking for a moment, the charming face in the mirror revealed a trace of slyness and pride. Princess Taiping said lightly, "Tell her that there is no need to go around asking for help. It's not that I don't want to help. In fact, Yang Fan's case is irrefutable. No one can save him. Tell her to make arrangements for Yang Fan's funeral." Chapter 348. Lai Junchen sat with a gloomy expression on his face. Wei Suizhong stood solemnly to the side, occasionally glancing at Lai Junchen. He was too timid to say anything. After a long time, Lai Junchen let out a long sigh and said, "Go do what you need to do." Wei Suizhong felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly replied, "This lowly one obeys." He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and said hesitantly, "Lieutenant Minister, then this matter," Lai Junchen said, "that boorish Xue Huai has always been domineering. He treats everyone the same way. Even the current Prime Minister, Li Zhaoda, suffered a beating from him. He came to our doorstep, but he returned in defeat. King Liang's appearance is a bit unexpected. I really don't know what this Yang Fan did to make these two stand up for him." Wei Suizhong didn't say anything. Lai Junchen clenched his teeth and smiled. "This is beyond my expectations. This bone is indeed difficult to chew. However, it will be even more flavorful this way." Wei Suizhong's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "Lieutenant Minister, do you have an idea?" Lai Junchen glared at him. "Like hell I have an idea. Do you really think I can disregard everything and slap Xue Huai and Wu Sanxi's faces?" Lai Junchen sighed. "Let him live for a while longer. Once his crimes are confirmed and the Emperor decrees his execution, I want to see who will save him then." Finished speaking, Lai Junchen glared at Wei Suizhong and said, "That old bastardly Yu Dao still hasn't confessed? Put in more effort and force out a confession from him. Make sure that it matches perfectly with Pei Xuanli's confession. Have our eyes and ears scattered all over the country provide some relevant evidence based on this confession. The evidence must be overwhelming and closely linked." "Understood," Wei Suizhong hurriedly replied. Lai Junchen then said, "Interrogate Yang Fan again. Ask him who gave him those shops. Make sure to ascertain the identity of the person who gave them to him." Lai Junchen sneered, "Those who show courtesy must have a request. I believe that the person who sent the generous gift to Yang Fan must have a favor to ask of him, and the matter that he entrusted to him must be something shady. To send a generous gift to a Lang general, I believe that person doesn't have a powerful background. Once they interrogate him, they will be labeled as accomplices, and the evidence of Yang Fan's treason will be even more conclusive. Yes, this lowly officer will do it right away," Wei Suizhong replied and hurriedly left. In the narrow passageway between the 2 government offices, the limping Zhang Lilei bumped into Wei Suizhong, who was walking towards him. The usually expressionless coffin face actually revealed a hint of a smile. Imperial Censor Wei. Wei Suizhong stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, it's Jia Duan. The yamen is a little chaotic these few days. We have to keep a close eye on the prison and not let anything slip. I will rearrange the patrols and defense. Come to my detention room in an hour." "All right, this lowly officer will be there in a moment," Zhang Lilei replied and stretched out his sleeves. Wei Suizhong raised his hand and caught it. It seemed as if their sleeves had only touched for a moment, and then a roll of items was already in Wei Suizhong's hands. Zhang Lilei's voice suddenly became a little lower. "The customer is very satisfied. He will give you an additional 100 mu of superior farmland as a token of gratitude." Wei Suizhong couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This person is very good at handling matters, and he is also very generous. Just who is he? I'm starting to get a little curious. Zhang Lilei said, "Imperial Censor Wei, I am only in charge of delivering messages, so I don't know about these things. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to say anything. This is our rule." Wei Suizhong chuckled and said, "I was just asking." Zhang Lilei laughed and said, "Master Xue has come to cause a ruckus, and King Liang has come to make a show of force. What plans does Deputy Minister have?" Wei Suizhong's expression suddenly darkened. He said solemnly, "Jia Duan, I only promise that one thing. I will ignore everything else. If anyone wants information, please find another way." Zhang Lilei said, "Fine, fine, fine. If you don't want this money, then forget it. I will think of another way. I still need you to continue to look after that person. They said that as long as you work hard, they will reward you handsomely." Wei Suizhong nodded and brushed past Zhang Lilei. Even if one was as clean as water, one could not escape being as slippery as oil. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, the censorate yard, which was feared by everyone, had long formed an inseparable network of relationships. Xiao Man had been running around for the whole day. When she returned home, her body felt like it was falling apart. Her body was exhausted, and her mind was haggard. She was about to collapse. Third Lady and Taomei were frightened when they saw their madam's drenched clothes and pale face, as if she had contracted a serious illness. The two of them quickly helped Xiao Man change her clothes and boiled some water for her to bathe. Xiao Man seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't say a word and let them do whatever they wanted. After bathing, she changed into a clean and soft gown. Sanjier helped her to sit down at the table. Taomei brought her some light and delicious side dishes, the glutinous and delicious, fragrant rice porridge. Xiaoman picked it up and ate a mouthful. She felt her throat was swollen and painful, it was difficult to swallow. How could she eat? She had no choice but to put down the bowl. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao went to the Council of Hell early in the morning to deliver food to Yang Fan, but they had no way to see him. Chu Kuanga vaguely remembered that there was a comrade who worked in the Council of Hell. Unfortunately, after asking around, that person was no longer working here. Even so, the bailiffs of the Council of Hell knew his identity, and were still polite to him. Chu Kuanga asked around and only knew that Yang Fan was still alive. As for the details, he didn't know. When Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came back, Xiao Man was still running around outside. Now that the situation was tense, the military was the strictest. No one was allowed to leave, let alone spend the night outside. It took a lot of effort for Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao to ask for leave. The two of them waited for a while, and didn't see Xiao Man come back. They were in a hurry to return to the barracks, so they had to give some ideas to Chen Shou. They also said that they would try their best to find a way to come back and discuss with her. They told her not to worry too much and fall down again. Ma Qiao wasn't as knowledgeable as Chu Kuanga, so he couldn't get a word in on these things. But he was always thinking about not letting Yang Fan go hungry, so he repeatedly told the servants in Yang Fan's house to not forget to send 3 meals a day on time. At this time, when the wind was blowing and the crane was in a state of panic, Others were afraid to avoid people who were accused of treason. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao came to visit her without avoiding suspicion and gave her advice. It was enough to show that they were very righteous, and Xiaoman was very grateful to them. But with their abilities, the role they could play in such a big case was almost zero. Xiaoman didn't have any hope for them in this regard. Princess Taiping's words really scared her out of her wit. She didn't even know how she came back. After listening to Princess Taiping's words, thinking of King Liang's reaction and Xue Huai's expression, Xiaoman was completely disappointed. In her opinion, Princess Taiping had no reason to lie to her. If even the dignified princess had made such an assertion, wouldn't her Lang Jun be dead for sure? Xiaoman thought, and tears of sadness slid down her cheeks. What else could she do now? Who else in the world could save her Lang Jun from this disaster? Meow. When Qian meowed softly, jumped onto Xiaoman's knees, and snuggled into her arms. The long-faced Arhat walked over slowly without saying a word. He just wagged his tail and lay down in front of her knees. Xiaoman hugged Qian and gently stroked its fur. She thought about how this was a gift from her Lang Jun. She thought about all the things that had happened between her and Yang Fan since they got to know each other. She thought about their experiences as strangers, as opponents, as friends, and as husband and wife. She thought about the night when she fell asleep peacefully in Yang Fan's arms. Her heart was about to break. It was late at night, but the light in Xiaoman's room was still on. Chen Shou walked over, looked at the light on the window, sighed softly, and turned back. After something happened to Yang Fan, he informed Zhao Yu immediately. Zhao Yu immediately mobilized the hidden sex forces in the capital and concealed all the people who might be involved. Subsequently, Zhao Yu also used his power to start understanding Yang Fan's situation. When he heard that the 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan had become one of the evidence of Yang Fan's rebellion, he couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't that he wasn't thorough enough. The 16 shops gifted to Yang Fan wasn't presented at Yang Fan's wedding to show off. Instead, it was presented by Chen Shou after the wedding, and it was very secretive. Yang Fan was a military general and didn't involve himself in court politics. Even if this matter was spread in the streets, it was unlikely that those high-ranking officials would know. Even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. Why would anyone investigate him for no reason? Furthermore, this Lang Jiang was a member of the Wu clan's most prominent branch. He was a favored person of the emperor and had many connections and backgrounds. Those in the bureaucracy would not rashly try to figure out the roots of such a complicated character. If it wasn't for this major case of rebellion that happened to involve Yang Fan, Zhao Yu's generous gift wouldn't have caused any trouble. Who knew, Sai? It was possible to overlook it, but how could they have forgotten that the Empress's court would have a case of rebellion every now and then? Even if Zhao Yu stepped forward to prove that he was the one who gifted the shops, he wouldn't be able to prove that Yang Fan wasn't a rebel. Official C. Pei Xuanli had already confessed and admitted that Yang Fan was his accomplice. Furthermore, he only confessed that Li Yudao had bribed Yang Fan with a large sum of money, but he didn't specify that it was these 16 shops. Even if Zhao Yu jumped out, he would only be getting himself into trouble. Moreover, even if this method was feasible, he wouldn't step forward bravely. They didn't have that kind of friendship to sacrifice themselves for others. Zhao Yu also wanted to rescue Yang Fan from prison, but the hidden sex influence in Luoyang was already rather weak, and their influence in the court was especially weak. Now that Xue Huai and Wu Sanxi had already made their moves, if these two couldn't do it, what could he do even if he did everything he could? Zhao Yu could only continue to understand the progress of Yang Fan's case while writing down the details of this matter and getting someone to report it to Xin Mu in Chang'an. Xiaoman sat there in a daze for half the night while Tao Mei and Third Lady kept her company. The two lasses were still young after all, and they were so sleepy that they couldn't sit still and were chased away by Xiaoman to sleep. Xiaoman grieved for a long time before she sorted out her emotions and started thinking about how to rescue her husband. After thinking about it for a long time, she could only place her last hope on Wan. She believed that Wan was trying to think of a way, but did Wan have a way? Xiaoman had no idea. She had to see Wan, but she no longer had the authority to enter and exit the palace. How could she see Wan, who was in the imperial palace? After a long time, Xiaoman finally thought of a method. She didn't know if this method would work, but even if there was only a trace of hope, she had to try. In the dark night, she began to look forward to dawn. The night was dark, and the night that Tin Ano had been looking forward to finally arrived. Before she became a Buddhist nun, she had already thrown away some of the little toys that she brought along with her when she went to the capital. But when she reached this stage, although she couldn't just pick leaves and flowers to hurt people, she had already reached the stage where there was nothing that couldn't be used as a killing weapon. The Buddhist robe was originally gray, and after tying it up properly, it would be convenient for her to move. On her head, she used the lining of the monk's robe to make a simple hood. As for weapons, there was only a piece of rope and a candlestick. That was enough. Although Yang Fan had broken her heart, when she heard that Yang Fan was in trouble, the only thing that Anu could think of was to immediately save him. That night, she was no longer the little lotus nun who had cut off all her worries and accompanied the ancient Buddha with a wooden fish and a clear lamp. That night, she was still herself, and she was still Tin Ano. Only for one person, Tin Ano, who would spend her whole life praying for his safety to the ends of the earth. Chapter 349. That night, the sky was still gloomy and there were sporadic raindrops. The heat was about to pass and autumn was coming, but the rain suddenly became heavier. Recently, the Yi River and Luo River's water level had risen. Luoyang Prefecture had already sent people to patrol both sides of the river to prevent the water from overflowing. In the past, there was an incident where the water overflowed into the palace. With the communication capabilities of this era, it was impossible to send people upstream to warn them in time. Once the water came, it would be 100 times faster than them. Luoyang Prefecture had to take precautions and piled up a large number of sandbags along the river at the side of the palace to prevent any accidents. Although the rain was not heavy, the continuous rain caused a large amount of water to accumulate on the ground. Other than the iconic Ding Ding Street, the other streets in Luoyang were made of yellow soil. After being drenched by the rain, the streets became muddy, especially some alleys which were muddy and slippery. It was difficult to pass during the day. Therefore, most of the patrolling Marquis Wu were lazy and did not come out at night. With Tin Ano's skills, even if Marquis Wu and the others patrolled seriously, she could still climb roofs and vault over walls. At this moment, there were not many patrolling Marquis Wu, and Anu was like a fish in the water. Tin Ano knew where the censorate courtyard was. In order to assassinate the emperor, she had carefully studied the layout of the entire palace. She had even thought of using the censorate yard as a springboard to enter the imperial palace through the palace walls. Later, the young master arranged a spy for her in the imperial palace, so that she had a more convenient way to enter, so she gave up on this idea. In the past, Tin Ano saw young Master Jiang as her master and the only person who could control her. As long as she obeyed and executed, she would never question young master's decisions. Therefore, she never questioned any of young master's arrangements. But now it was different. Some problems that she had neglected in the past started to raise suspicions in her heart. That day when she tried to assassinate Empress Wu, the key to her failure was that she did not know that Empress Wu's last line of defense came from the 2 female guards by her side. They were actually the 2 little palace maids who fanned Empress Wu. However, the existence of the Plum Blossom inner guards wasn't an absolute secret. Although the outside world didn't know much about them, from what Anu had learned, the important figures in the palace knew about them. Young Master arranged for her to sneak into the palace secretly, and there was a general of the imperial army secretly receiving her. This general of the imperial army was in charge of the safety of a large area, so his position must not be low. How could he not know that the palace maid with the fan beside the emperor was her female bodyguard? Young master wanted to assassinate Empress Wu. How big of a deal was this? He knew everything beforehand like the back of his hand. He even knew how many secret guards were arranged by Empress Wu's side. However, he had left out these two most crucial but not absolutely secret people. Was this intentional or unintentional? Does young master really want to assassinate Empress Wu, or does he have other motives? Although these questions had been raised, there was no need for her to find out more. Tin Ano had already disappeared from this world. She was now a nun in the tranquil sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world. What was the use of knowing about these things? However, this nun of the tranquil lotus sect who had severed her ties with the mortal world was now dressed as an assassin. Moreover, it was a very unusual assassin. She didn't carry a sword at her waist, but a copper candlestick. This unusual female assassin leaped up the high wall. Her movement when she leaped up was very strange. It was as if she slid up the wall. Once she reached the top of the wall, she stuck to it and didn't jump higher. After pausing for a moment to see what was going on inside the wall clearly, she slid down like water. Tin Ano stood quietly at the bottom of the wall for a moment. After seeing the situation in the courtyard clearly, he flew over. Relying on the corridors, the corners of the walls, the bushes of flowers, and the pillars of the hall, he moved forward quickly and cleverly. She had seen the map of the Council of Censorites. Although this was not her target and she couldn't remember it clearly now, she still had a general idea of the layout. She knew where the prison was. Soon, she came to the entrance of the prison. Two pale lanterns swayed gently in the wind. On both sides of the courtyard stood two servants who guarded the prison. Each of them held a knife and leaned against the doorpost, as if they were dozing off. The walls of the prison were very thick. There were no doors or windows, only rows of small air vents. This was the only entrance and exit. There was a corridor in front of the prison gate area. There was a door in the corridor, which could only be opened to enter the real prison area. There was also an iron gate outside. The iron gate was built in a house, and the door of the house was guarded by the two servants. Anu glanced to the left and right. There was no one. She listened carefully, but she didn't hear any sound. Her hand quietly reached to her waist. On her waist there was a candlestick. The candlestick was made of brass. It was solid and had a circle of thread from thick to thin. About the width of a palm, there was a circle of brass cast handle. In fact, it was a circle that was curved upwards to hold the candle tiers. Above the candlestick, there was still a spiral steel pillar. Until it was about a finger's length from the top, it was sharp and smooth. The whole candlestick was only about a foot high. If the top part of the brass handguard was extended twice, and all the threads became sharp and smooth, it would be a sword. The guard Tang Mao, who was leaning against the doorpost on the right, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. At this moment, he yawned and opened his eyes slightly, as if he saw something. The opposite house stood quietly, and the shadow of the lamp was projected on the ground about 5 feet in front of him. That's right. It was light and shadow. Between the light and shadow, there seemed to be something flashing. If there was such a zoomed-in, slow-motion scene, a small caterpillar would pass through the stamen of the flower, and the breeze raised by its wings would blow the pollen on the stamen. The pollen would float up like fireworks, and it would be so beautiful that it would be intoxicating. What was the most easily neglected at this time? That's right, it was that caterpillar's high-frequency vibration of up to 1,000 times per second. When Tang Mao opened his eyes and saw the scenery in front of him, he ignored Tin Ano's strange figure. He only saw a flash of light and shadow, and then a sudden pain in his heart. It was just a moment, and although it was intense, it disappeared very quickly. It was so fast that just as he felt the pain disappeared. Then he saw a figure standing in front of him, with his back facing him, his right hand pulling something out of his companion's chest. The person pulled out a very strange weapon and turned to look at him. The lamp was high up, so Tang Mao could not see the person's face clearly. He only felt that the person's eyes were very bright. Then, the man pushed open the door and walked in confidently. The light shone on the person's back. Tang Mao leaned against the doorpost and looked at the person's back. Anu's clothes were very loose. Although her hands, feet, waist and other important parts were tied up to make it easier to move, the whole robe was very loose, so the lines of her body could not be seen at all. But with just a glance, Tang Mao felt that there was a kind of liveliness and agility, as if she was about to fly, flowing through the sleeves of her robe. This person must be a woman. Her figure must be very, very. Tang Mao's consciousness froze here. He died. The bell and drum on the gate of heaven sounded, and a new day had begun. The sky that had been quiet for a night began to rain again, as if the heavens were just taking a breather, and after resting enough, they would continue to pour the rain. Fortunately, these few days were not as torrential as the previous day, so the possibility of the Luo River flooding was not too high. It was just that the prices of rice, flour, oil, salt, vegetables and fruits on the market had risen due to the inconvenience of transportation. On such a rainy day, the common people still had to go out to work, and the peddlers still had to open their businesses. Regardless of the storm in the court or the storm in the sky, nothing could stop them from making a living. Food had to be eaten. There was a very well-dressed and pretty woman. She was holding a lotus umbrella with a picture of a fish playing with a lotus. In her arms was an expensive raccoon, and she was leading 2 young maidservants in green as they slowly walked in the rain. Her face was a little pale, but her footsteps were slow and leisurely, as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The passers-by who were in a hurry couldn't help but cast surprised glances at her. Palace, Changel Gate. Xiao Man held a lotus umbrella and stood at the palace gate. The deputy general guarding the city stood in front of her with a difficult expression. Xie, this is making things too difficult for me. His Majesty has been living in seclusion recently, and the court meetings have all been stopped. Unless it is an important matter or an official above the rank of assistant minister asks to see him, he will not see anyone. The commandant is no longer an official of the court, and has no duties in the palace. How can I make an exception? Xiao Man smiled faintly and said calmly, Brother Fu, of course Xiao Man won't make things difficult for you. I only ask Brother Fu to help Xiao Man. If His Majesty is not willing to see Xiao Man will naturally leave. The deputy general guarding Changel Gate was called Fu Chen. When Xiao Man was a palace guard, they had a small friendship. Now that Xiao Man had come to ask for help, Fu Chen really wanted to make things easier for her, but he really didn't dare to overstep his authority. Fu Chen said awkwardly, Xie, the emperor has already issued an edict. If I go to report it, wouldn't I be violating it knowingly? Moreover, if I break this rule, won't all the palace guards have to go in and report to the emperor if they want to see him? Won't that annoy the emperor? Xiao Man said lightly, Brother Fu, Xiao Man's situation is different from others. Xiao Man's husband is the Yulin General of the Imperial Guard, a 5th-rank official of the court. Xiao Man is a noblewoman, and as a noblewoman, I am asking to see His Majesty, not a court official. In His Majesty's edict, did it say that the noblewomen of the Ming dynasty will not be seen? Fu Chen grinned and thought, Miss Xiao Man is quibbling. Does the emperor have to think of all possibilities when he gives the edict? Just one sentence. Unless it's an important matter or an official above the level of assistant minister, I will not see anyone is enough to explain the problem. But if she is really serious about this loophole is indeed. Xiao Man said again. Also, Xiao Man is not here for national affairs, but to thank His Majesty for a private matter. Therefore, Xiao Man's request for an audience is not prohibited by His Majesty. Fu Chen was startled. Xie, What matter do you need to thank him for? A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Man's mouth, but in Fu Chen's eyes, he didn't know why, but he only saw a touch of bitterness and a kind of desolation. Xiao Man said, I want to thank the Emperor for giving Xiao Man such a good husband. His Majesty is Xiao Man's matchmaker. Do you think this is considered a private matter? Fu Chen looked at Xiao Man in shock, but he couldn't see a trace of mockery on her face. She spoke very seriously, and her originally pale and haggard face suddenly bloomed with happiness, satisfaction, and sweetness following her words. Okay, wait, I'll go right now. Fu Chen was intimidated by the strange light on Xiao Man's face and couldn't help but agree, turning around and walking into the palace. At this time, there was another person in the distance, walking over cowardly. Chapter 350. The third young master of the Di family, Di Guangzhou, timidly walked to the front of the palace and hesitantly looked at the pitch-black city gate as if it was a prehistoric beast that would swallow him alive the moment he walked over. He did not bring any rain gear and his robe was already drenched in the rain, making him look somewhat disheveled. Di Guangzhou hesitated for a long time before hesitantly moving forward. He was slightly surprised to see a young woman holding an umbrella and wearing the uniform of a noblewoman. However, he only stole a glance before turning to the palace gate. A guard went up to him and asked sternly, Who are you? When Di Renjia's robes were sent home, his family was at a loss. When they heard the news from the servant who delivered the meal, they knew that Di Renjia was a thrifty person, so they thought that he was worried about the court clothes. They wanted to follow his instructions and clean the court clothes, so that they could bring a few more sets of clothes when they delivered the meal tomorrow. However, Miss Chan Wan, who was serving Di Renjia, became suspicious. Ever since Di Renjia had been captured and imprisoned, his family had not seen him at all. They had no way of knowing what was going on inside, and had no way of making the appropriate rescue measures. What kind of situation was this? Once the evidence was confirmed, he would be beheaded. It was true that Di Gongzi was a thrifty person, but he would not go so far as to pity a piece of clothing at this time, right? The more Chan Wan thought about it, the more suspicious she felt. She took the initiative to clean the court robe. Then, she carefully checked the robe from top to bottom, not letting go of a single inch. Finally, she found the blood letter that Di Renjia had hidden. Since there was a blood letter, he could cry out for justice. Of course, the Di family would not be so stupid as to bring the blood letter to the Luoyang prefecture, the Supreme Court, or even the Imperial Censorate. This blood letter had to be sent directly to the Emperor to have a chance of survival. However, who was going to deliver this blood letter? One of the Di family's eldest and second sons was an official in another city and had yet to return. The other had also been implicated and imprisoned. The only male descendant was the third son, Di Guangzhou. Although Di Guangzhou was greedy and lustful, he still had feelings for his father, brother, and family. Furthermore, even if it wasn't for the sake of family, if his father and brother were convicted, his future would be over. This was for the lives of his father and brother, and also for his own future. No matter what, he had to fight for it. Di Guangzhou clenched his teeth, picked up the bloody letter, and ran towards the palace. But now that he was here, he couldn't help but feel afraid. After hesitating for a long time, he gathered up his courage and walked over. When the guard asked, Di Guangzhou hurriedly saluted and said, I am Guangzhou, the son of the assistant minister of the prefectural official, Duke Di of the Phoenix Court. My father is innocent and was imprisoned unjustly. I am here to avenge my father to the sage. The imperial bodyguard glared at him and shouted, If you have any injustice, you can go to the Supreme Court, the Censorate, the Ministry of Justice. A sage is not a judge. How would he have the time to go to court and ask questions? Mind your own business. Go away, go away, go away. Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, My father is the current Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has been wronged, and this is a serious matter. I'm afraid that even the 3-law division will not be able to resolve this case. I believe that the sage is very concerned about this case. I'll have to trouble you to report this to Guangzhou. Perhaps the sage will be willing to see me. Go away, go away. You really can think. Who will bear such a big responsibility for you? If I offend the sage, will you bear it for me? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll arrest you and hand you over to the Luoyang government for punishment. Di Guangzhou was shocked. He didn't want to leave, but he also didn't dare to stay. While he was hesitating, Xiao Man heard the conversation between him and the imperial bodyguard. She walked over and said, "This Langjun, are you the 3rd young master of the Di family?" The imperial bodyguard still wanted to scold him, but suddenly saw Xiao Man rushing over. He hurriedly stopped and lightly took 2 steps back. Xiao Man was originally one of the female imperial bodyguards in the palace. She often went in and out of the palace, so of course the imperial bodyguard knew her. Di Guangzhou saw this beautiful young woman in the palace dress asking him a question. He couldn't help but be confused and said, "Yes, it is me. Madam is? You come." Xiao Man called out to him, turned around and walked a few steps away. Di Guangzhou hurriedly rushed to follow. Xiao Man walked to a secluded place and stood still. She said to Di Guangzhou, "Do you have any evidence to complain about Duke Di's injustice?" Seeing Di Guangzhou's hesitant expression, Xiao Man hurriedly said, "I am the wife of the Yulin Forest's left officer Yang Fan. My husband was also imprisoned because he was wronged. I came here to complain to the emperor. 3rd young master can believe me." Di Guangzhou looked at her up and down and said, "So it is Madame Yang. I have also heard about Yang Langjiang's matter. I believe you." Xiao Man said, "Now that the palace is strictly guarded, you can't enter easily. You openly complain about your father. These soldiers are not willing to meddle, and they are also afraid of offending the imperial censorate. They definitely won't be willing to report for you. If you trust me, if you have any complaints or things you want to say, why don't you tell me? I will send them to the emperor for you." Di Guangzhou hesitated and said, Madame Yang, this matter is very important. Are you sure you can see the emperor?" Xiao Man smiled slightly and said with certainty, "Of course." Xiao Man's expression moved Di Guangzhou. Perhaps in his heart, the blood letter was a hot potato. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't keep it either. Now that someone was willing to take it, he couldn't wait to quickly hand over this responsibility. Di Guangzhou lowered his voice and said, "Madame Yang, my father wrote a letter in blood in prison. He hid it in a change of robe and sent it home. I found this letter in blood and wanted to go to the palace to complain." Xiao Man's eyes lit up and said, "Is young master willing to give this letter in blood to me?" Di Guangzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, Madame Yang." He glanced left and right and sneakily took out a folded piece of cloth from his sleeve. It was inconvenient for Xiao Man to look at it in detail in front of the palace gate. She hurriedly took it and put it into her sleeve. After the letter in blood was put into her sleeve, Xiao Man's heart felt a bit more at ease. Xue Huai returned in failure, Wu Sanxi refused to show up, and Princess Taiping also said that Yang Fan would die. The last hope in Xiao Man's heart was only Shanghai Wanner. However, if it was just to ask what Shanghai Wanner did, and whether she could save Yang Fan, there was no need for her to insist on going to the palace. Xiao Man came today because she knew the background of Shanghai Wanner. Xiao Man didn't dare to say that she completely understood Shanghai Wanner, but she had a general idea. After all, she was not only a female guard in front of the emperor, but also a good sister of Shanghai Wanner for more than a year. Shanghai Wanner had a high status and power, but her power was mainly in the palace. In the palace, she and Wei Tuaner each occupied half of the palace. Wanner's power was relatively greater, but her power was limited to this and almost never left the palace. Wanner had no ambition. She only wanted to ensure her own safety by making connections and recruiting confidants. Her power came from the emperor, and her safety also depended on the emperor, so she paid great attention to making friends with people in the palace. Almost no one in the court was under her command. Most of the foreign officials she made friends with were scribes. They gathered together to talk about romance, songs, and essays. At this time, their help was very limited. Xiao Man felt that Wanner's greatest ability was that she served the emperor, so it was convenient for her to speak. If she wanted to speak, she needed an opportunity. It was not good to mention it rashly, or it would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. So she came this time to help Shanghai Wanner create an opportunity to speak. She also wrote a letter in blood, which was a suicide letter. If the emperor was willing to see her, she would go to the emperor to complain. It would be best if she could move the emperor. If not, Sister Wanner could also take the opportunity to speak for her, and her Langjun might have a chance to live. If the emperor did not want to see her, she would commit suicide in front of the palace. It was unprecedented for a woman of the court to commit suicide in front of the palace. It was enough to attract the attention of all parties. The letter in blood she hid would certainly be found by the emperor. Such a tragic act of complaining of injustice, no matter how hard the emperor's heart was, he should be moved, right? If not, Wanner could still use this matter to cleverly exert influence on the emperor. This was the only way Xiao Man could think of. She wanted to use her own life to exchange for a chance to live for her Langjun. Unexpectedly, Di Guangzhou brought Di Renjie's letter in blood. Xiao Man was very happy. With the Prime Minister's letter in blood, there must be a little more hope. On Lichuan Terrace, Wu Zetian walked slowly along the white jade railings, quietly admiring the flowers and plants under the thin rain. These days, Wu Zetian's mental and physical strength were not very good. It was not until today that she slightly recovered. Looking down the corridor, all kinds of rare and exotic flowers, such as pomegranate red, white phoenix, Lantian jade, and jade-green jade, were in bloom. The rain was like dew, condensing on the petals, appearing delicate and beautiful. Wu Zetian couldn't help but show a long-lost smile on her face. However, Shanghai Wanner, who accompanied her, frowned, faintly covered with a touch of worry. Like the curtain of rain in the distance, she seemed to have a lot on her mind. But every time Wu Zetian turned her head to talk to her, she had to quickly change her expression so that Wu Zetian wouldn't see through it. At this time, Fu Chen came to Lichuan Terrace. He whispered a few words to the little eunuch standing on the stone steps, and then he came over with the little eunuch. Wu Zetian focused on the fresh flowers in the garden and lightly asked, "What is it?" Fu Chen crossed his hands in salute and said, "Holy sage, today the wife of Yang Fan, the left minister of the Yulin Forest, is outside the palace gate asking for an audience." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "Is it Xiao Man?" She turned around and stared at Fu Chen, saying, "We have said that unless it is the most important matter of the country, or if an official above the rank of assistant minister asks for an audience, we will not see anyone. Why did you come to report?" Fu Chen bowed even deeper. "Holy sage, Siedue said that she came this time not for national affairs, but for a private matter." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and slightly sneered, saying, "What private matter? Is it to plead on behalf of her rebellious husband? What kind of place does she think we are? Does she want us to go to court and interrogate her?" Fu Chen said in a low voice, "Siedue said that the holy sage is her matchmaker. She thanked the holy sage for bestowing her with a good husband. Today, she is here to thank the matchmaker, and she has brought a matchmaker gift." Hearing this, Wan Er's eyes slightly flashed. She suddenly smiled and said, "This girl Xiao Man is quite interesting. She clearly wants to save her husband, but she still finds so many excuses. She wants to thank the matchmaker, and then she wants to give gift. She really put in so much effort. Unfortunately, can her little tricks hide from the holy sage's pair of wise eyes? The holy sage will definitely not see her. Go tell her not to waste her efforts." Wait. Wu Zetian originally did not want to see her, but hearing Wan say this, she stopped Fu Chun and said, "Bring her to see me." Shanghai Wan put on a surprised expression and said, "Everyone." Wu Zetian faintly smiled and said, "This girl's intentions can't be hidden from me. However, I am very curious, what gift does she have for me, the big matchmaker, and what excuse does she have to absolve her husband? Let's go back to the hall and rest for a while. I will wait for her to come." Chapter 351. Everyone, the noblewoman Xie Muan awaits the decree outside the palace. Summon her in. As you command. Little C waved her horsetail whisk and turned to leave. Wanner stood at Wu Zetian's side, looking at her face from top to bottom. The wrinkles on her face were especially obvious. Wanner was very disappointed. She had accompanied the Heavenly Empress for 10 years and had seen the Heavenly Empress step by step towards glory. Once upon a time, she had worshipped this powerful woman. It was not that she wanted to imitate Wu Zetian, but rather that she had been conquered by Wu Zetian's powerful charisma, her shrewdness, her ability, and her unyielding personality. But now, Wan gradually felt that the shrewdness and wisdom of the Empress had always been reflected in how she schemed against the people in the imperial harem, how she schemed against the ministers in the imperial court, how she slaughtered the members of the Li Tang imperial family, and how she eradicated the opposing forces step by step in an attempt to ascend the throne. Now she had fulfilled her wish. But as she ascended to the throne and replaced Li Tang as the founding monarch of the Zhou dynasty, her shortcomings were gradually revealed. Her ability and wisdom were not enough to control an empire. Or perhaps, she only had the ability to firmly grasp power in her own hand. This was the skill she was most proficient in. But was this all an emperor needed to do? For the country and the people, what had she done? Perhaps compared to many incompetent emperors in history, this empress had some achievement. But after Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong laid the foundation, the empire should have entered its golden age, but now it was in a precarious situation. The emperors and ministers spent most of their energy on fighting for the throne, fighting for the capital of the country, and fighting for fame and fortune. Perhaps it was because Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today, constantly harming and being harmed. Living like this for more than 40 years, it had already become a habit in her mind. She always thought that someone would harm her, and once discovered, she would resolutely eradicate them. Perhaps it was because she had become the emperor as a woman, creating an unprecedented situation. The resistance of the officials was stronger than any previous emperor had ever encountered, so she had to use even harsher methods to deal with them. Perhaps it was because of her old age that she lacked energy and brain power, causing her to frequently make stupid moves. In this aspect, many wise rulers of ancient times were similar to her in their later years. But no matter what reason she had, Wanner still felt disappointed with the current Wu Zetian. Xiaoman slowly walked in. She had been by Wu Zetian's side for many years. The majesty of the imperial palace and the aura of the emperor could not affect her. She walked in very calmly and bowed deeply to Wu Zetian. She said softly, "Madame Xie greets your majesty." Wu Zetian was just about to speak when she suddenly saw a civet cat in her arms. She couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Xiao Man, what are you holding in your arms?" Xiao Man bowed and said, "Your Majesty is rich, your wife has nothing to repay. Today I came to the palace to thank the matchmaker, thinking that this kitten is very cute, I presented it to His Majesty. When His Majesty is bored, with a kitten by his side, he can be more happy. Make His Majesty happy and healthy." Wu Zetian smiled slightly and said, "You're quite considerate." She waved her hand and Little Hai walked over and took the kitten from Xiaoman's hands. Thousand Wenqian was lying in Xiaoman's arms and was very comfortable taking a nap. When it was suddenly taken away, it made a displeased meow sound. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "This kitten is very cute. Come, give it to me." Little Hai quickly brought the civet cat in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian received the cat with a smile and gently stroked its fur. She glanced at Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, did you come to see me today just to give this gift? Don't tell me, you don't have anything else to say? Xiaoman calmly said, Your Majesty is wise, your wife doesn't dare to conceal anything. Naturally, there are other things I want to say. However, something unexpected happened at the last minute. Your wife's words can be put aside for now. Your wife still has something here that I want your Majesty to look at. As Xiaoman spoke, she put her hand into her sleeve. She had already been searched before entering the palace, so the guards in the palace did not stop her. They saw Xiaoman take out a handkerchief from her sleeve and raise it high above her head. Wu Zetian revealed a puzzled expression and gave Little Hai a look. Little Hai quickly walked over, took the handkerchief, and walked in front of Wu Zetian with small step. Wu Zetian reached out to take the handkerchief, and the civet cat in her arms took the opportunity to jump onto the ground. It arched its back and took elegant steps, casually walking around the palace. What emperor, what authority, in its eyes, it couldn't feel anything. Wu Zetian opened the letter in blood. With just one glance, her expression changed. She silently finished reading the letter in blood, slowly raised her head, and said to Xiaoman, How did this thing fall into your hands? Xiaoman recounted how Di Renjie had sent the letter in blood, how Di Renjie's family had been blocked at the palace gate, and how she had agreed to complain in front of the emperor on his behalf. Then she knelt on both knees and said in a sobbing voice, Your Majesty, your wife entered the palace today to first thank the matchmaker, and second to complain. Your wife's complaint was originally only for my husband. All the secrets in this world can be hidden from others, but how can they be hidden from the person next to him? Your wife knows very well that my husband would never rebel, so I want your Majesty to investigate clearly and clear my husband's name. Now that I have received Prime Minister Di's letter in blood in front of the palace, from your wife's point of view, my husband is not the only one who has been wrongly imprisoned. Your Majesty governs the world, and the Prime Ministers are the pillars that help your Majesty govern the world. Your wife pleads with your Majesty to handle this case carefully. For the country, don't break the pillars. For your wife, don't break the backbone of the family. Your Majesty is wise. Xiaoman knelt on the ground and began to cry. Wu Zetian looked at the letter in blood and didn't say anything for a long time. The hall was quiet, and only Xiaoman's soft sobbing could be heard. The handwriting on the letter was very sloppy, and it was clearly written in a hurry. In addition to a big word wronged on it, it also wrote, Your subject Di Renjie is loyal to the country, loyal to the emperor, and has neither the intention nor the act of rebellion. Your subject is wronged. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. Wu Zetian was very puzzled. Di Renjie had personally confessed to the crime, and now he wanted to cry out that he was wronged. What was his intention? Xiaoman knelt on the ground and kept crying. Wu Zetian slowly raised her head, glanced at her, and said, Wan take Xiaoman to rest first. Xiaoman refused to get up and cried, Your Majesty. Wu Zetian gently said, I will handle this case fairly. You can leave now. Shangguan Wan'er gave Xiaoman a look, and Xiaoman got up, bowed to Wu Zetian, and then left with Shanghai Wan'er. Wu Zetian held the letter in blood, and her heart was in turmoil. What is going on? Is there something else? After pondering for a long time, Wu Zetian slowly ordered, Xiaohai. Yes, Your Majesty. Quickly go to the Imperial Censorate and pass on my oral order. Come and see me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaoman followed Shanghai Wan'er to the side hall. Shanghai Wan'er had just found an excuse to send the palace maids away when Xiaoman caught up and hurriedly said, Sister Wan'er. Before she could say a word, her tears fell again. Shanghai Wan'er suppressed the pain in her heart and comforted her. Xiaoman, I know you are worried, I also. Now I have entrusted some people, and I have taken advantage of the continuous rain to order people to spread the news that heaven is weeping and someone is being wronged. I believe it will soon reach the Emperor's ears. The Emperor has always believed in these things. Alas! I only hate that I haven't done enough. Usually, I have many opportunities to make friends with the court officials and cultivate my power, but I let them go. Now I want to save people in a hurry, but I have no one to entrust them to. Xiaoman's heart sank and she said, even Sister Wan has no way. Shanghai Wan said sadly, I have been thinking of a way, but I hate that my power can't go out of the palace. Especially Lai Junshin's imperial censorate, I can't interfere at all. I've already thought of some ideas, but this is a major case of rebellion. I've already heard about Xue Huai and Liang Wangu Sansi visiting the imperial messenger station. If even the two of them can't save Yang Fan, then there's only one way. Xiaoman hurriedly asked, what way? Shanghai Wanner said, since we can't erase his suspicion of rebellion, then we can only interrogate him to prove his innocence, then we can let him out. But, I am very worried that with Lai Junshin's character, even if he is innocent, he will be found guilty. This person would rather kill 3,000 wrongly than let one go. But, Wan grabbed Xiaoman's hand and softly said, speaking of which, you have a way. Not only can you enter the palace to complain, but you also brought Prime Minister Di's blood letter. The Emperor has always seen Prime Minister Di in a different light. The Emperor has been depressed these days, and the main reason is that Prime Minister Di, whom she most appreciates and trusts, also wants to rebel against her. Maybe this is a rare opportunity. Xiaoman said, Xiaoman can only do this. Whether or not we can use this matter to change the Emperor's mind, we still have to rely on Sister Wan. Shanghai Wanner said, I will act according to the situation. Right now is a critical moment, we should strike while the iron is hot. I can't talk more with you, I will go back to the Emperor first and see what happens. Xiaoman quickly wiped her tears and said, okay. Sister Wan go ahead, Xiaoman will wait for your news here. Shanghai Wan returned to the hall, and Wu Zetian was deep in thought with her chin in her hand, waiting for Lai Junshin's arrival. Wan didn't say much, just quietly stood next to her. When to speak, when to say what, Shanghai Wan who had served Wu Zetian for many years, knew better than anyone else. Now was not the time for her to speak. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian ran around the hall by itself, but it felt that this place was empty and fresh, and very interesting. As it ran, it suddenly saw a birdcage hanging on a row of antique shelves, and in the birdcage was a parrot with brightly colored feathers. The cat couldn't help but squat down and look at the parrot with its bright eyes. The parrot didn't notice the greedy eyes of Qian Wenqian. It looked around in the cage, leisurely pecked its feathers, and suddenly said, Your Majesty, long live! This was Li Chuantai, where Empress Wu came to relax, not Wuqing Hall, where she worked daily, so there were all kinds of things inside and outside the palace for her to relieve her boredom. This parrot was a pet that Empress Wu doted on very much, and the words it learned were all taught by Wei Tuan. Qian Wenqian looked at the silly bird in the cage, very envious. Although its food had always been good, this kind of blood food that could be caught personally must be more delicious to eat. Qian Wenqian squatted on the ground and raised its head to look at the bird in the cage. It suddenly stood up, took a few steps back, and suddenly accelerated forward. When it approached the bogu shelf, it suddenly leaped up and leaped onto the shelf. Then, it leaped into the air and grabbed the parrot. Note: legend has it that when Wu Zetian killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiao Shu cursed her. In the next life, Empress Wu would be a mouse, and she would be a cat, and she would be enemies with Empress Wu forever. So Empress Wu was afraid of cats, and the palace never allowed cats to be kept. Even when she decided to set the capital in Luoyang, it was because she killed Empress Wang and concubine Xiao Shu in Chang'an, and she was afraid that there would be ghosts haunting her. This kind of bizarre nonsense made up by later generations, I won't specifically explain it when I write about Xiao Mang offering the cat. Many of the mysterious things made up by later generations have self-contradictory big loopholes. A small matter about Wu Zetian recorded in Ziji Tongjian directly refutes this legend. I won't say what it is, but do you know what it is? Chapter 352. Qian Wenqian pounced on the birdcage. He grabbed the birdcage with one claw and stretched his other claw into the cage to grab the parrot. The birdcage shook left and right on the shelf. The parrot inside was so scared that it jumped around and screamed in fear. Several palace maids in the palace saw this scene and hurried to help. The ones fighting inside and outside the birdcage were the two pets of the emperor. They didn't dare to hurt either of them, and it took a lot of effort to separate them. The parrot fluttered its feathers all over the ground and shrank into a corner of the cage in fear. Qian was held in someone's arms, and it stared at its prey with a pair of cat eyes, regretfully looking at it. All this, of course, was seen by Wu Zetian, and she couldn't help laughing. Come on, bring my cat and parrot here, and let me see these two restless little guys, Wu Zetian said with a smile. When the two pets were brought in front of her, Wu Zetian held the civet cat in her arms and looked at the parrot on the table, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She was a person who liked to speculate about some things from some strange signs and signs. Looking at the still eager civet cat and the frightened parrot in her arms, she suddenly thought, civet cat, civet. Civet? Li? Parrot? Wu? The fight between the civet cat and the parrot, does it mean the fight between the Li family and the Wu family? Is this a warning from God? At this time, Wei Tuan finished dealing with some things and just arrived at the hall. After listening to the palace maids tell what had just happened, she came to Wu Zetian and said with a smile, Everyone, of course, the cat and the parrot can't be kept together. How can they coexist? Let's give the cat to Tuan and Tuan will put it in a safe place, so that it won't attack the parrot again. Wu Zetian said slowly, Are the civet cat and the parrot really incompatible? Tuan covered her mouth and laughed. Everyone, when the cat sees the parrot, how can it not want to eat? If they are together, it will be strange if they can live in harmony. There is a way, Wu Zetian said seriously. Her eyes flickered as if she had been inspired by something. She held the restless civet cat tightly in her hand, preventing it from jumping onto the table. She stroked its fur thoughtfully and comforted it. She said to Wei Tuan, I like this civet cat. Take it and train it well. Get rid of its wildness. Wei Tuan agreed and took the cat from Wu Zetian's hands. Wu Zetian continued, Why can't a civet cat and a parrot live in harmony? I don't agree. This world belongs to me. Do you think I can't deal with a civet cat? Tuan train it well. No matter what method you use, you must make sure that this civet cat and this parrot can coexist in the same room and not attack each other. Wei Tuan held the civet cat with a bitter expression. Civet cats eat bird. This was their instinct. How could she let them coexist in the same room and not attack each other? The 1,000 Wenqian had been struggling in Wei Tuan's arms for a long time, but it had not been able to reach the parrot on the table. Now that it was in Wei Tuan's arms, it could see the parrot's eyes clearly. It struggled a few times, but it could not escape from Wei Tuan's arms. It became angry and raised its claws to scratch her. A few bloody marks immediately appeared on the back of Wei Tuan's delicate palm. She cried out in pain and let go of her hand. The cat used all its strength to jump onto the table. Its head knocked the birdcage over, and it fell down the table with a grunt. The parrot was screaming and jumping in the cage, flapping its wings. Its feathers were falling off, making Wu Zetian sneeze a few times. When Lai Junshan arrived at Lichuantai, he saw that it looked like it had just been cleaned up after a mess. He was very curious. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He still followed the rules and bowed to Wu Zetian in the Zhou dynasty. He said respectfully, I, Lai Junshan, kowtow to your majesty. Get up. Lai Junshan, how did you judge Di Renjie and the others? Lai Junshan had just stood up, but he quickly bent down again and said, Your Majesty, I tried to persuade them with emotion and reason. I tried to influence them with your Majesty's kindness and magnanimity. For those who are too stubborn, I gathered evidence and used it to make them unable to refute. They had no choice but to bow their heads and admit their guilt. Is that so? Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, They all admitted their guilt. Lai Junchen said, Yes. As soon as they were arrested, Di Renjie knew that the situation was hopeless, so he was the first to admit his guilt. After that, Ren Jigu, Pei Xingban, and the others also pleaded guilty. Up until now, only Wei Yuanzhong refused to admit his guilt. Ho Siji wanted to use torture on him, but he had just hung him up when I found out and immediately went to stop him. I believe that it is not advisable to use torture on these officials. Once torture is used, it will be hard to avoid suspicion that they have been tortured into confessing. We must be fair and use irrefutable evidence to force them to admit their guilt. Yes, Wu Zetian slowly said, You really didn't use torture to extort confessions. Lai Junchen smiled and said, How could I dare to lie to your majesty? I can guarantee that no torture was used on the cases I personally tried or handled. I dare not hide anything from your majesty. Because your majesty has not yet issued a decree to confirm their crimes and announce them to the world, they are still officials. I have not even stripped them of their court uniforms, so how could I use torture on them? Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly turned cold. She said in a low voice, If that's the case, why would Di Renjie send out a letter of blood to complain about his grievances? As Wu Zetian spoke, she threw a handkerchief in her hand at Lai Junchen. The handkerchief was light and floated to the ground in midair. Lai Junchen quickly caught up and bent down to pick up the handkerchief. He unfolded it and cursed inwardly, Wang Desho, this idiot. I told him to keep an eye on that old fox, so how could he still send out a letter of blood? Lai Junchen thought to himself, but he pretended to be shocked and wronged. He said, This. I don't know either. Perhaps this Di Renjie is afraid of death and knows that your majesty has always favored and trusted him. So, complaining about his grievances is fake and pleading for leniency is real. He hopes that your majesty will be soft-hearted and spare his life. Could it be like this? Di Renjie is using complaining about his grievances in the name of getting my pity? Wu Zetian hesitated. Shanghai Wan looked at Lai Junchen and then glanced at Wu Zetian. She gently closed her eyes and said in a gentle voice, Lieutenant Minister Lai has always been loyal to the affairs of the state and is everyone's trusted right-hand man. What Lieutenant Minister Lai says is not false. But if the Prime Minister is complaining about his grievances and your Majesty does not intervene, not only will it damage your Majesty's reputation, but it will also affect Lieutenant Minister Lai. Wu Zetian turned her head and asked, What is Wan Er's opinion? Shanghai Wan Er said, Why doesn't your Majesty bring Di Renjie and the others to your Majesty and ask them personally? As soon as these words came out, Lai Junchen's heart thumped. He was so scared that it almost jumped out of his chest. He immediately pretended to be wronged and said, Shangguan Daiji's words are wrong. The court has its own laws. How can there be a reason for the emperor to personally try criminals? What about the country's laws? What about the 3 departments of law? Once this precedent is set, future emperors can follow suit and interfere with justice at any time. How can the law be maintained? Shanghai Wan immediately said, In the 6th year of Zhenguan, Emperor Taizong interfered and released 390 prisoners on death row to reunite with their families. 1 year later, they came to the capital to be punished. In the 17th year of Zhenguan, Ho Junji rebelled. Emperor Taizong had a private meeting and said, For the sake of the emperor, from now on I cannot go to the pavilion of Lingyan. If Emperor Taizong can do it, why can't I, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty? Although Lai Junchen came from a humble background, he was talented. To be able to write the weaving scripture of weaving and framing, how could he not have some real ability? He immediately retorted, It is true that Emperor Taizong released prisoners to reunite with their families. But that was a decision made by Emperor Taizong when he recorded the prisoners, not a special person or a special case to interrogate them. This year's prisoner recording period has not arrived yet, so it cannot be used as a precedent. As for Emperor Taizong's private meeting with Ho Junji, that is a legend among the people. Since it was a private meeting in a private room, how could others know? Even Emperor Taizong's words seem to have been seen with their own eyes. There is no such thing in Emperor Taizong's daily record. Let me ask, who was the one who said this? If Emperor Taizong really met with Ho Junji in a private room, knowing that he was going to die, then Ho Junji could have begged the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and preserve his bloodline. Why did he have to wait until the execution ground to speak of this hope, and have the executioner report to the Son of Heaven to pardon one of his sons and exile him to Lingnan? Wan Er's talent mainly came from her literary talent and her ability to manage government affairs. Her knowledge of prisons may not be comparable to that of Lai Junshin, who had written the weaving scripture of weaving. She had grown up in the palace. Her ability to find faults, to find loopholes, and to argue with others could not be compared to Lai Junshin, who was a street thug. But because she was knowledgeable and familiar with all kinds of stories, she was able to list them out one by one and argue with Lai Junshin. As the two of them bickered, Wu Zetian's energy began to run out. She felt annoyed and said, "Fine, fine. You two don't have to tell me about the past. How about this? I will send an official to the prison to see if he has been tortured or not. Shao Hai send an edict. Have Qi Feng, the messenger, go to the deacon's courtyard to see if any of the officials have been tortured." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shao Hai left the hall. Lai Junshin rolled his eyes and said, "Even if Your Majesty did not summon me today, I would still come to the palace to report. Last night, someone broke into the deacon's courtyard and tried to break into the prison." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was shocked. Her tiredness was swept away. She quickly asked, "Someone dared to break into the prison?" Lai Junshin said, "Yes. I am afraid there are more than 10 intruders. Each of them is highly skilled. They started a massacre in the deacon's courtyard. Only after alerting a large number of guards did they escape. They killed 15 jailers. Not a single one was injured. Their attack was extremely vicious." While Lai Junshin was talking, he suddenly remembered the words of an imperial bodyguard who had experienced the prison break last night. He said, "Deputy Prime Minister, although that person tried to conceal herself, I am certain that she is a woman. This woman's skills are extremely high, almost like a demon's. When she makes a move, lightning flashes and thunder roars. Suddenly a gentle breeze and a fine drizzle. She is like the venom of a snake." Lai Junshin thought, "I wonder who this woman is. She sneaked into the prison with the intention of rescuing an official. This person's martial arts are so high. If her target is me, it is really worrying. I don't know if the 6 bodyguards I hired with a lot of money are her match. When I go back, I need to hire more martial arts masters to protect me." Shanghai Wan'er was thinking about how to use Di Renjie's grievance to make a big fuss. It was okay if she couldn't save Di Renjie and the others. At least she had to bail Yang Fan out. When she heard Lai Junshin's words, she felt like she was drenched in ice. Her heart turned cold. Someone broke into the prison? This is bad. Chapter 353. As expected, Wu Zetian was enraged. She shouted, "They even dared to break into the prison and killed many officials. They are lawless." If it wasn't for the fact that Little Hai had already gone to pass down the decree, Wu Zetian wouldn't have even bothered to send people to investigate whether or not anyone was being tortured. There were actually people who disregarded the law and broke into a prison, killing so many officials. Did these people still have the law in their hearts? There were no less than 10 people breaking into the prison. What did this mean? It meant that they had accomplices. A group of lawless accomplices. Was there any doubt that they were plotting a rebellion? Not long after, the messenger Qi Feng hurried to the lovely spring stage and left with Lai Junshin. Shanghai Wan'er knew that this was not the time to speak. But Xiao Man was still waiting in the side hall. She was also worried about Yang Fan's safety. She could not help but ask, everyone, Xiao Man. Wu Zetian was still angry. She flicked her sleeve and said, tell her to go home first. We will talk after I investigate Di Renjie's matter. Then she went to rest with Wei Tuaner. Shanghai Wanner was helpless. She went to the side hall and told Xiao Man, who was waiting anxiously for news, could not help but feel depressed. No matter how daring Lai Junshan was, he would not lie about something like this, especially about the death of 15 jailers. Who was it that wanted to break into the prison? Who was it that wanted to save? The two were also puzzled. They only knew that because of this matter, the glimmer of hope was gone. They could only hope that Qi Feng's trip to the censorate courtyard would be fruitful. The messenger Qi Feng, as the name suggested, was a minister who was responsible for conveying the emperor's edict. The emperor's edict would be conveyed by the eunuchs. Most of the matters that involved the yamen outside the palace would be carried out by the messenger Qi Feng. The messenger Qi Feng and Lai Junshan arrived at the censorate courtyard. Lai Junshan said with a beaming face, Qi Feng, please take a seat in the hall and rest for a while. I will take you to examine the prisoners. Facing the emperor's favorite minister, the famous king of hell in the capital, Qi Feng was anxious. He did not dare to refuse. He hurriedly nodded and was accompanied by Lai Junshan into the hall to rest. Just in time, the servants served cold drinks and 2 plates of dried fruits. Lai Junshan started chatting with him. Taking advantage of this time, Wei Suizhong, Wang Desho, and the others, who had received Lai Junshan's order, hurriedly got to work. Just like the day when Xue Huai visited, they modified Yang Fan's cell in advance. At this time, they hurriedly dressed up Di Renjie and the other ministers. In the main hall, Lai Junshan and Qi Feng sat down according to the host and guest, and they chatted cheerfully and wittily. Lai Junshan said, that day the great general of the left imperial guard Zhang Qianxuan made a ruckus in court, trying to harm this Zhongqing. In the end, he was hacked to death by this official's imperial bodyguards. He deserved it. His head was right under your feet. Thinking about it today, it's still vivid in my mind. Qi Sharon jumped in fright, and his legs immediately shrank back. Recalling the bloody scene a few days ago when a great general was hacked to death and his head was right under his feet, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At this time, a servant walked into the main hall and whispered a few words in Lai Junshan's ear. Lai Junshan stood up and said, Qi Sharon carries the emperor's orders. It's not good to delay for too long. Let's leave now. Qi Feng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He hurriedly said, all right. The two of them left the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Halfway there, someone locked up a prisoner with disheveled hair. When the prisoner saw Qi Feng, he kept babbling non-stop. Qi Feng fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but be shocked. He cried out involuntarily, Eunuch Fan! It turned out that the prisoner who was being escorted over was the chief chamberlain, Fan Yunxian. Qi Feng was the chief chamberlain and often walked around the palace, so he naturally recognized him. Fan Yunxian kept babbling non-stop, but unfortunately, his tongue had been cut off, so he couldn't say a word. Lai Junshan's expression didn't change as he said, Qi Sharon recognizes him? This person is the chief chamberlain. When I interrogated him in court, I asked him to confess his crimes. But this person didn't know what's good for him. He only talked about how wise the late Emperor Gaozong was and scolded our great Zhou Emperor for being muddle-headed and tyrannical. How preposterous! In a fit of anger, I cut off his tongue. Oh, His Majesty also knew about this and reprimanded me a few times, saying that I shouldn't lower myself to the level of a eunuch. I was also angry at that time. When I heard him insult His Majesty, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Qi Feng responded with, oh. His face turned slightly green. At the back of the censorate courtyard, in front of the row of small rooms of different heights and sizes where Yang Fan and the others were imprisoned, was a spacious area. It was rare that it wasn't raining, Many prisoners with leg shackles were taking a breather in that spacious area. Qi Feng and Lai Junshin accompanied him to the opposite corridor and stood still, looking forward. They saw Ren Jigu, Pei Xingban, and the others dressed in official robes and hats. They were stretching their bodies with their feet splayed out. Di Renjie was wearing a loose Taoist robe. He was standing there with his hands behind his back, looking around. Pei Xuanli and a few other officials were sitting on a few large logs placed horizontally by the wall. They were also talking about something, looking very relaxed. Today was the first time these officials were released. Pei Xuanli and the others were injured and couldn't move easily, so they were carried out and made to sit there. Would Lai Junshin be kind enough to let them take a breather? Even if they were, why would he force them to dress neatly? Some of these officials only wore underwear because of the hot and stuffy atmosphere in the prison. Some of them were injured, but no one applied medicine on them. They were afraid that the injured parts would rot, so they didn't dare to wear clothes. They could only bare their backs. What was Lai Junshin's intention? These officials had all been promoted step by step from minor officials. With such deceitful behavior, they immediately understood that the imperial court had sent people to inspect. They didn't make a sound and allowed Wei Suizhong and the others to do as they pleased. They all pretended to leisurely stretch their bodies and look into the distance. In reality, they had long been observing their surroundings. Since Lai Junshin had made such arrangements, there would definitely be people coming. Wei Yuanzhong's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a few officials appear in the distant corridor. One of them was Lai Junshin in a red robe. Beside him were a few in green robes. Wang Desho and Wei Suizhong recognized the green-robed officials. There was another person in the green robe of a low-ranking official, but he stood shoulder to shoulder with Lai Junshin. It was obvious that he wasn't his subordinate. Wei Yuanzhong immediately called out, "They're here." In the corridor, Lai Junshin pointed at the officials and said, "Every day, this official will arrange for them to come out and take a breather. This is the first batch. In a moment, there will be a second batch. We're innocent. We're innocent. Angel, please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent." When the officials in custody rushed over, the servants who had been lying in ambush saw that the situation wasn't good. They hurriedly raised their wind and fire sticks and formed a row to stop them. The officials pushed and shoved, but it was difficult for them to break through their line of defense. They could only jump and shout, "Which angel has come? We've been tortured and forced to confess. We're innocent. Please report to the Son of Heaven." When they shouted, Lai Junshin's expression immediately changed. His gaze immediately pierced towards Qi Feng like a blade. Qi Feng shuddered and hurriedly turned around. He didn't even spare a glance at the wall-like bailiffs that ceaselessly jumped up, and he only stared fixedly at the eaves of an office room in front of him. Lai Junshin stared closely at him. He looked at his strained expression, his taut cheeks, and the faint beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, he revealed a hint of a gentle smile. He smiled warmly and said, "Qi Sharon, in your opinion, have I ever mistreated these criminal officials?" Sweat rolled down Qi Feng's forehead as he mumbled, "No, no," Lai Junshin said. "Other than not being able to move freely, everything is normal in this prison. All their confessions were personally admitted by them. Not a single one of them was tortured. What does Qi Sharon think?" Qi Feng grinned and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Yes, Deputy Minister Lai is right. Which angel has come? Please report to the Son of Heaven that we're innocent. We're innocent." Lai Junshin turned a deaf ear to the cries of injustice. He said with a smile, "Qi Sharon, this way please." Lai Junshin accompanied Qi Feng as he turned around and walked back. He said leisurely, "The current Son of Heaven has become the Empress with the body of a woman. This is an unprecedented event. There will always be people who are unconvinced. What nonsense are they spouting about a woman usurping the dawn? It's fine if they're just saying it, But there will always be people who refuse to give up and want to chase the emperor down from the throne. Yes, yes. Actually, I came from a humble background. I wasn't recommended by the court officials, nor was I a scholar. Does Qi Sharon know why I was placed in an important position by His Majesty? Why? Because of loyalty. Because I, Lai Junshin, am actually a dog by His Majesty's side, guarding His Majesty's home. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards His Majesty, I'll be responsible for biting him to death. Not only will I bite him to death, I'll bite him until he's too horrible to look at. This way, others will be afraid, and there will be fewer people who dare to cause trouble for His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty needs a lackey like me. He can't do without a lackey like me. And a lackey like me is also willing to attach myself to His Majesty and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly. Ha 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 ha. Qi Feng laughed along and said, He 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 he. Lai Junshin suddenly restrained his smile and said sinisterly, Qi Sharon is laughing so happily. I presume you understand what I said? Qi Feng was stunned. He nodded like he was pounding garlic and said, Understood. Understood, understood. This lowly official understands. Lai Junshin put his hands behind his back, raised his head and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Wu Zetian returned to the bedroom and slept for more than 2 hours before she woke up. She was old and had just woken up, so her mind was still not clear. She leaned on the bed and was in a daze for a while. She asked Tuan Er to talk to her for a while before she finally woke up. At this time, Tuan Er said, Everyone, Emissary Qi Feng has returned. He's waiting for the decree outside the bedroom. Help me up and change my clothes. Although Wu Zetian didn't want to move at this time, and the other party was just a small emissary, so there was no harm in seeing him like this, but Wu Zetian still had to get up. In front of her subjects, she had to maintain a dignified, and spirited manner. She didn't want her subjects to see any signs of old age. Qi Feng waited for a long time. Finally, he received the order to summon him. He lowered his head and tiptoed into the spacious and deep hall. He thought of the head of the general of the left guard, the tongue of the chief eunuch Fan, and Lai Junshin's falsehood. He finally made up his mind. Wu Zetian sat majestically behind the table and asked in a deep voice, How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Qi Feng bowed and said, Your Majesty, after my inspection, the officials in custody have not been interrogated by torture. Oh, Wu Zetian's face darkened, and the hall was terrifyingly silent for a moment. After a short while, Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva and braced himself as he said, All the criminals have confessed to their crimes. Their death apology form is here, and I've been entrusted by Vice Minister Lai to present it on my behalf. Qi Feng took out the travel book from his sleeve, bowed and raised it. The eunuch took it and sent it to Wu Zetian's table. Wu Zetian took the death apology form and silently looked through it. She said with a gloomy face, I treat people with sincerity, but what I get in return is always bad karma. Haha, it's nothing more than chopping off a few more heads. Send the decree to Lai Junshin. After 7 days, all the criminals will be hanged and the market will be abandoned for 3 days. Chapter 354. The execution will be in 7 days? Yes. Princess Taiping got a positive answer and stood up anxiously. She thought to herself, I have to hurry. She walked back and forth in the hall twice and suddenly stopped. She said to Zhou Min, Get dressed. I want to go to the palace to see the emperor. In the harem, there was a pile of bird feathers in the Shifang courtyard. The civet cat named Qian Wenqian squatted under a pillar in the hall. It stuck out its tongue and licked the last trace of blood from its lips. It meowed contentedly. Wei Tuan Er timidly said to Wu Zetian, Everyone, I am guilty. Wu Zetian didn't have any expression on her face. She looked at the few feathers on the ground that could prove the existence of the parrot. She slowly said, Punish it by starving it for a few meals. Bring another parrot. I don't believe that the whole world can obey me. I can't make a civet cat yield. After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Perhaps when people were old, they would have a childlike innocence and stubbornness. Wu Zetian didn't know why, but she suddenly had a competition with a civet cat. Maybe it was because she couldn't choose a candidate for the crown prince. She could only project this dilemma on the civet cat and the parrot, hoping to find a revelation from their interaction. Your Majesty, Princess Taiping is here to see you. Ling Yue is here? Wu Zetian's face showed a trace of a smile. Whether it was her son or nephew, or even all the civil and military officials in the court, there was no one who didn't make her worry. Now that she thought about it, it was this baby girl who made her happy. Wu Zetian's face just bloomed with a smile. Princess Taiping, who was dressed like a man, came in and affectionately said, "Mother." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "You are not a child anymore. You are still so mischievous. You are a dignified princess, but you dress like a man when you go out." Princess Taiping made a playful face at her and said with a smile, "It is convenient to go out like this. Mother knows that I like to dress like a man since I was a child. It has been raining non-stop for the past few days, making me feel bored. I went to the Golden Grain Garden for a few days to relieve my boredom. As soon as I returned to the city, I came to visit Anyang." Wu Zetian let her hold her arm, and as they walked out, she said, "You're so free, girl. I have countless things to worry about every day. I heard that great elder princess built a villa in the Golden Grain Garden. Do you also have a garden there? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Princess Taiping pouted and said, "Do I still need to tell Mother about this? Your daughter is too ashamed to say it. My daughter's manor is very small, far from being comparable to the manor of great elder princess of Yen and i.e., the daughter of a wealthy family. Sooner or later, I will build a manor far more magnificent than her manor. At that time, I will invite Mother to stay there for a few days." Wu Zetian chuckled and said, "You little girl, you've always been unwilling to fall behind others since you were young. Do you want me to help you build a garden?" Princess Taiping proudly said, "That's not necessary. Your daughter has her own way. Last time, Anyang made an exception and increased your daughter's land to 1,000 mu. There are already people who are jealous. Your daughter doesn't want others to gossip." Wu Zetian knew that her daughter had always been strong-willed. She only smiled and did not say anything. Princess Taiping accompanied Wu Zetian to her bedroom. The mother and daughter talked for a while. Wu Zetian felt tired and fell asleep on the bed. Princess Taiping waited for her to fall asleep. Then she left the bedroom and went to the history library. In the history library, Shanghai Wan'er asked her trusted female official, Fu Qingqing, "Did Scholar Zhang find any news?" Fu Qingqing said, "Scholar Zhang has not entered the palace yet. Don't worry, Qingqing has sent someone to stand guard in front. As soon as he arrives, I will bring him to see you immediately." "Very well." Shangguan Wan'er agreed, but she couldn't hide her worry. Fu Qingqing saw this and was very surprised. She knew that Yang Fan and Daiji had a close relationship. But even if Yang Fan died, Daiji's power would not be affected at all. He was just a general. As long as Daiji was willing to put down her status, there were many officials who were willing to follow her. Was there a need to care so much about a mere Yang Fan? But seeing that Shanghai Wan'er was upset, Fu Qingqing did not dare to ask. At this time someone reported, "Daiji, Princess Taiping has arrived." Shanghai Wan'er was startled. She waved her hand and Fu Qingqing immediately retreated. Just as she reached the door, Princess Taiping was already walking in leisurely. Fu Qingqing quickly bowed and retreated to the side. She waited for Princess Taiping to come in before she retreated and closed the door. Shanghai Wan'er squeezed out a smile and greeted, "Ling Yue, why did you come on such a cloudy and rainy day?" Princess Taiping winked at her and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you very much. I came to the palace to see you. Shanghai Wan'er secretly smiled bitterly and said, This weather is very annoying. I was just thinking of chatting with someone to relieve my boredom. Sit down, what do you want to drink? Princess Taiping sat down behind the table, glanced at Shangguan Wan'er and suddenly said, Wan'er has always been indifferent, everything is like a cloud, unmoved by anything. Now you look gloomy and upset, is it really because of the rainy weather? Shangguan Wan'er asked. Shanghai Wan'er was secretly startled. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, Ling Yue, why do you say so? Princess Taiping smiled slightly. She picked up a stone carved into the shape of a white rabbit from the table and gently played with it. Without raising her head, she said, If I'm not wrong, Wan'er is worried about someone locked up in the Senate, right? Shanghai Wan'er's face suddenly turned pale. She exclaimed, Ling Yue, you? Princess Taiping slowly raised her eyebrows. Her pair of charming and bright red phoenix eyes slightly revealed a murderous aura. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of astonishing beauty in them. Her plump and delicate petal-like little mouth opened and closed. She said word by word, That person's name is Yang Fan, right? Bang! The stone lightly hit the table. Shanghai Wan'er felt as if she was struck by lightning. She staggered back 3 steps. Her beautiful face turned pale. She said in shock, Ling Yue, you. Princess Taiping lightly shook her sleeves. She acted as if nothing had happened. She leisurely said, Wan'er, what are you afraid of? Actually, I already know about the matter between the two of you. But don't worry. Only I know about it. She raised her head and looked at Shanghai Wan'er. She smiled and said, I won't tell anyone else. When she was not known, she was afraid of being known. Now that she was known, Shanghai Wan'er quickly calmed down. She walked to the opposite side of Princess Taiping and slowly sat down. She looked at Princess Taiping and said, Princess, you said these words to Wan'er. You must have a reason. Can Princess tell me why you are here? Princess Taiping picked up the white rabbit stone again. She gently stroked it and felt its smooth texture. She whispered, There are 6 days left before he is beheaded. How do you feel now? Is your heart like being cut by a knife? Or is your heart broken? Shanghai Wan'er said in a deep voice, What do you want? Princess Taiping suddenly raised her head. Their eyes met. These two used to be close friends. Their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was as if there were sparks between their eyes. But it was only a moment of confrontation. Princess Taiping's eyes became soft. It was like a scabbard that absorbed Wan'er's sharp eyes. She said, Wan'er, do you have a way to save him? Shanghai Wan'er didn't say anything. Princess Taiping didn't hear her answer. She smiled and said, Maybe. I have a way. Although I am not 100% sure. Shanghai Wan'er's delicate body subconsciously leaned forward. Then she realized that she had lost her composure. She slowly sat up and asked, What do you want? Princess Taiping slowly showed a bright smile. It was like the snow reflecting the morning glow bloomed in an instant. It was so beautiful that it dazzled people's eyes. But her voice was as cold as an unsheathed knife. I want you to give him up. Shanghai Wan'er looked at Princess Taiping with astonishment. She looked at her for a long time. Her eyes gradually showed a look of understanding. She said with surprise, You like him? Princess Taiping stopped smiling and tightly pressed her lips together. Shanghai Wan'er suddenly smiled. She smiled happily and said, But he doesn't like you, right? Princess Taiping coldly stared at her and said coldly, If you only want to talk fast, it's up to you. Just wait to collect his corpse. After saying that, Princess Taiping waved her sleeves and stood up. She walked towards the door. Wait! Shangguan Wan'er suddenly called out to her. Princess Taiping withdrew her hand from the handle of the door and slowly turned around. She looked down at her with the posture of a victor. I promise you. Wan'er's eyes were shining with tears. She choked and said, As long as you can save his life. Princess Taiping proudly said, You have to make a poison oath. Wanner felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. She said in a low voice, "Okay. This. I also promise you." Princess Taiping said, "How touching. Wan is really in love with him. I really don't know what's so good about that kid. Even Shangguan Weiji, who has always been arrogant, likes him so much." Wan eyes became fierce. She said, "Aren't you the same? If not, why are you here? Why are you saying such words? To be honest, I am much luckier than you. At least." Wan didn't continue. Even though Princess Taiping was taking advantage of her, she still didn't want to say anything hurtful. But Princess Taiping had already understood what she meant. Her face suddenly darkened. She said, "Not only you, but also Xiao Man. She also has to promise that once she saves Yang Fan, she will ask Yang Fan to divorce her and leave him." Shanghai Wanner was silent for a long time. She said, "I can't promise for her. But I will try my best to persuade her. I will ask the emperor for an edict. I will go home and take this opportunity to see her." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Good. I will only take action after I get your promise. You better hurry up. 6 days will pass in the blink of an eye." Shanghai Wanner's heart ached so much that she almost couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk anymore. She just nodded heavily. Princess Taiping said, "I need a keepsake. A keepsake that can make Yang Fan believe me." Shangguan Wanner was silent for a moment, then walked to the inner room with heavy steps. She came to the bed, opened the drawer under the dressing table, and took out a small sandalwood box. She opened the box, and inside was a lifelike grasshopper. The grasshopper's color had already turned yellow. Shanghai Wanner gently held it in her hands. Her tears fell on it. Her heart was broken. Princess Taiping saw the grasshopper that Wanner held like a treasure. Her heart was also broken. "Am I not good to you? How much have I sacrificed for you? Why can't I get a little bit of your affection?" She was very sad, but she didn't want to shed a tear in front of Wanner. She said to Wanner in a tough manner, "When it comes to the palace, I am not as good as you. If you need to use the people in the palace," Shanghai Wanner said, "I will do my best to cooperate." Princess Taiping didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the door. She said lightly, "Wanner, don't forget your promise. Give me a result as soon as possible. You used your power to save your man. You still want to owe me a favor and give your man to me." This kind of method was just like an arrogant and overbearing little Wu Su. Chapter 355. It's time to eat. Jing Xiaobu knocked the rice spoon on the edge of the bucket a few times. Seeing that he was already in front of Yang Fan's cell, he hung the rice spoon on the bucket and picked up a food box. Zhang Lilei opened the cell door with a straight face. As soon as Jing Xiaobu walked in, Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door. The food sent by the Yang family was very exquisite. The Yang family's chef was worried that Lang wouldn't be able to eat well and had painstakingly prepared several delicious dishes. However, as usual, the tastiest dishes were intercepted by the servants. As Zhang Lilei stood in front of the door, the 2 armed servants chatted at the door and had no intention of going in. Ever since the steward's yard was broken into by criminals who killed 15 people and escaped, Wu Zetian was furious and mobilized the Fengchen guards to strengthen the defense of the steward's yard. This was to deal with a major criminal and protect the court's law enforcement yamen, so it was perfectly justifiable to mobilize armed forces. Now that the steward's yard had a sentry every few steps, the security was very tight, so the servants were somewhat relaxed. With such tight security, no one could escape, so they slacked off. Yang Fan was lying on the ground resting. He stood up when the door opened and pulled the iron chain, making a series of clanking sounds. As the door opened and light shone in, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. After being locked up in this dark place all day, he couldn't help but look a little dispirited. An inch-long beard grew on his lips and chin, and his hair was unkempt, like a wild beast in a cage. Jing Xiaobu put down the food box. Yang Fan glanced at him and slowly stepped forward, bending down to pick up the food box. Jing Xiaobu turned his head and quickly glanced outside. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "General Yang, there are 3 pieces of evidence against you. First, Zhu Bin reported that you and him conspired to open the palace gates on the night of the mutiny and take control of the emperor's sleeping quarters." Yang Fan was startled. He slowly straightened his back and stared at Jing Xiaobu with a strange glint in his eyes. Zheng Xiaobu said, "The second piece of evidence against you, Minister of Rites, Pei Xuanli, has confessed that he was the one in charge of arranging for you to accept a heavy gift from the Minister of Works, Li Yudao, as well as a promise. Once the matter is settled, you will be promoted to Great General." The third evidence of Lang Zhang's crime was that he suddenly became rich and had a huge amount of wealth from unknown sources. "General Yang, how do you explain this?" If these words had been asked by Lai Junchen in court, it would have been the most appropriate, but now it was asked by Jing Xiaobu. This Jing Xiaobu was just a burly chef. He wore a blue apron that was stained with oil, and his hair was tied with a cloth whose color could no longer be seen. His oily, plump face was extremely serious and solemn, as if he was a court judge. The situation was really a little funny. Yang Fan seemed to understand something. He replied in a low voice. After Yang Fan entered the palace, he worked for a period of time under Zhu Bin's command. However, we did not have a selfless relationship. Not only did we not have a personal relationship, we even had a grudge. I was once ostracized by Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin's 2 bodyguards know about this. Jing Xiaobu frowned and asked, "When did this happen?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "About the winter of the year before last. I remember that not 2 days after this incident, I was transferred to Wuqing Hall to be a bodyguard. If you look up my records in the Jinwu Guards, you will know the exact time." Jing Xiaobu nodded and asked, "How do you explain the matter of Pei Xuanli?" Yang Fan said, "I have no explanation for this matter. Yang Fan has never heard of this official from the Board of Rites you speak of. Since he is an official from the Board of Rites and often enters the palace, then I have probably seen him before, or at least met him a few times. I just cannot remember who he is from this name. It would be absurd to say that I am in cahoots with this person. Unfortunately, he has only one side of the story, but I have no other evidence." Jing Xiaobu said again, "Good. Then, who gave you those 16 shops in the prosperous city?" Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but hesitate. In reality, he had only vaguely guessed Jing Xiaobu's purpose in coming. Even if Jing Xiaobu was lying to him, he would still answer as such. Even if Lai Junchen went to court for a public trial, his answer would still be the same. There was nothing to hide, so he could answer honestly. However, it was different for the third question. It was because he and Shen Mu did have a plan. Although he did not participate in the Prime Minister's mutiny, in the long run, what he and Shen Mu were planning was exactly the same as what the Prime Ministers were doing. They were all trying to restore Li Tang's empire. It was just that one was doing it steadily while the other was doing it in a hurry. If Jing Xiaobu was here to lie to him, once he found out that the person who gave the gifts was Zhao Yu, someone would definitely investigate. Yang Fan's followers were from the hidden sect. After he got into trouble, Zhao Yu had probably already made preparations. This investigation would probably be in vain. If they really found out something, the Imperial Court's prison experts were not a bunch of useless trash, and they would probably find out something big. No matter how secretive Shen Mu's actions were, he had such immense power and such a huge flow of wealth. Unless he wasn't paying attention, once he noticed Yu and had the intention to investigate, how could he be watertight? When that time came, this crime would be cleared, but another crime would be added to him. The outcome would not be any better than now. He could still insist that it was a false accusation now, but when that time came, there would be no way to refute it. If Zheng Xiaobu was sent by the person he was thinking of, it would be useless to tell her this secret. If he were to search now, there was a high chance that he would not be able to find Shen Mu. He might not even be able to find their contact point in Luoyang. Even if he were to find them, he still wouldn't be able to give the imperial court a convincing reason. Why would Shen Mu gift such a huge sum of wealth to him? Yang Fan was just a general, a military general in the army, and not a local official in Luoyang. Even if Shen Mu, this great merchant, wanted to find a backer and seek the convenience of doing business, it was impossible for him to find Yang Fan. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. If he were to investigate seriously, wouldn't he end up overreaching himself? Jing Xiaobu saw that Yang Fan was hesitating and smiled. General Yang, you can trust me. This is a token that person asked me to show you. As Jing Xiaobu spoke, he turned his head and took a glance. He carefully took out something and held it in his palm. Grasshopper? Yang Fan looked at it and was first stunned. Then he remembered the history of this grasshopper. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He did not expect that when he had waited for Wan at the Dragon Gate for a long time, he had casually woven this grasshopper out of wild grass. Wan had kept it until today. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be agitated. Jing Xiaobu flipped his wrist and put away the grasshopper. General, can you tell me now? Yang Fan already believed that he had been bribed by Wan, but how could he tell Wan about this? Even if he told her everything, it would still be useless. Shen Mu could not stand out and admit it. Otherwise, if the entire matter was exposed, he would still be finished. He would also drag a large group of people with him. Jing Xiaobu said urgently, "Time is of the essence. General Yang, you cannot delay this." Yang Fan said, "The reason is hard to explain in a few words. The person who gave me this shop is a great merchant in the western regions. With his identity, I really cannot mention the reason why he gave me this property. In short, all of this has nothing to do with rebellion." Yang Fan hemmed and hawed. He really did not know how to explain. Jing Xiaobu chuckled and said, "That person told me that no matter who it is, since they gave you such a generous gift, they must have a favor to ask of you. You are a general in the army, not a local official. No matter who has a favor to ask of you, the favor must not be made public. So, that person had already predicted that you would find it difficult to speak." Yang Fan looked at Jing Xiaobu in surprise. It was true that Wan was intelligent and knowledgeable, but her talent was not reflected in these areas. This woman who had grown up in the palace could actually foresee the enemy's moves, and had even guessed his reaction? Jing Xiaobu said, "That person said that if it is inconvenient for you to speak, then don't speak. But, when you are being interrogated, no matter what, you must explain according to what I taught you." Yang Fan quickly said, "Please speak." Jing Xiaobu said, "If you are interrogated in court and asked about the origin of this shop, you only need to insist that it is a gift from a noble. If they ask about this person's name and identity, you just need to insist on not telling the truth." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I will remember." Jing Xiaobu hurriedly said, "You must bite on this sentence, or else I will not be able to save you." Jing Xiaobu said with quick steps as he walked out. A servant asked lazily, "You rascal, why are you dawdling for so long?" Jing Xiaobu pressed his hand on his belt and said, "I just had a need to go to the toilet, so I took care of it in the corner. The execution will be in 7 days." When Xiaoman heard the news, she was completely defeated. She only wanted to see Yang Fan, to see her husband one last time before he was executed. But even this had become an extravagant hope. There was no reason for her to enter the palace, and the steward's council did not allow her to visit prisoners. Perhaps she could only wait until the moment of the execution, to see her husband one last time on the execution field? The day she heard the news, Xiaoman could not sleep. It was not until the next morning that she suddenly thought of someone. She thought of Lai Junshan's wife, Lady Wang. Of course, Lady Wang could not influence the judgment of the imperial censor, but as the wife of the head of the imperial censor, she should be able to make things convenient for her and bring her to see her husband, right? Xiaoman rushed to Bo Guzhai on the same day and asked the shopkeeper to inform the Lai residents that a few rare antiques had arrived in the shop, and asked Lady Wang to come to the shop to take a look. Xiaoman waited in the shop for a day, but Lady Wang did not come. The next day, when Tiannan City opened, Xiaoman rushed to the shop to wait. About an hour later, Lady Wang finally arrived. Lady Wang slowly walked into Bo Guzhai with two maids. As soon as she entered, a shopkeeper came out from the side and stuck a sign at the door. On it were two large words, "Closed." Lady Wang walked around the Shao wall and said with a smile, "Lady Yang, what rare antiques have arrived in your shop?" "Lady Yang, what are you doing?" Xiaoman had already sent someone to wait for her outside. Before Lady Wang reached the door, Xiaoman had already ordered the shopkeeper and the shopkeepers to leave. As soon as Lady Wang walked around the Shao wall, Xiaoman bowed down and said sorrowfully, "Lady Wang, Xiaoman has a request, I hope Lady Wang will grant it." Chapter 356. After Wu Zetian issued the order to hang the traitors and shut down the market for 3 days, everyone in the imperial censorate became busy. Because Di Renjie had sent a letter in blood, the emperor became suspicious. He sent the messenger Qi Feng to the censorate to investigate whether the officials had been tortured and forced to confess. Although Lai Junshan managed to deceive the emperor, he was worried that a long delay might cause more problems. So, he made up his mind and used the names of the officials in custody to create a death petition. The empress issued the order to execute them, but in reality, there were still many criminals who had not confessed or even been tried. Lai Junshan could only summon all of the imperial censorate back and quickly go through all the necessary procedures for the interrogation. This was because the interrogation records, confessions, and other important documents had to be submitted to the Supreme Court for record. If one day, the emperor was interested and sent an official who was proficient in torture to look through the files, the emperor would definitely find out that the verdict was hastily made. The left censorate had a total of 15 roving imperial censorate. Other than Lai Junshan himself, only these 15 imperial censorate had the power to go to court to question cases. Before Wu Zetian took control of the court, the imperial censorate was only responsible for deducing cases and impeaching officials. Whether a criminal was guilty or not had to be judged by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the death penalty had to be judged by the emperor. Only after these 3 trials could the death penalty be carried out. After Empress Wu took control of the court, in order to more easily crack down on opposition, she strengthened the power of the imperial censorate and simplified the process of approving the death penalty. From then on, the imperial censorate had the power to investigate, judge, and enforce the law. They had the power to execute a criminal on the spot, and the criminal had no right to appeal. The reason why Lai Junshan could cover the sky was because the imperial censorate had the power to decide life and death. The 15 imperial censorate were all in the capital. Including Lai Junshan himself, they were divided into 8 groups of 2. They used the various offices of the imperial censorate as a court to try the criminals. The one who teamed up with Ho Siji to try the criminals was Su Yugong, who had just returned to the capital. Su Yugong was already in his early 50s. He was thin and had a clear face. Because of this, he looked relatively young, around 40 years old. Ho Siji was actually not fat, but his cheeks were sunken in, his chin was sharp, and his beard was sparse. Compared to Su Yugong's dignified appearance, he inevitably paled in comparison. Lai Junshan prides himself on being a solitary official at court, not forming any cliques or factions to show his loyalty to Wu Zetian. Su Yugong was like the second Lai Junshan in the small court of the imperial censorate. He didn't form any cliques or factions, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This was because in the entire imperial censorate, other than him, all the officials were dependent on Lai Junshin. Now the trial, Ho Siji pretended to flip through the list of prisoners and waited for the clerk next to her to give her a hint. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang that made her shiver. Su Yugong slammed the gavel with force and shouted with a stern face, "Come on! Kidnapper Yang Fan!" Ho Siji unhappily glared at Su Yugong. With a wave of her sleeve, she turned her head to the side. Not long after, Yang Fan's handcuffs and ankles clanked as he was brought into the courtroom. Su Yugong reached out for the gavel, but Ho Siji's hands and eyes were fast. She snatched the gavel and slammed it down. In a stern voice, she shouted, "Criminal official Yang Fan, hurry and kneel for the trial." Su Yugong coughed and said, "Imperial Censor Ho, this is not a ceremony to worship the heavens and earth, ancestors, or the court's appointment ceremony. Why are you kneeling? Does a criminal need to kneel in court? How come I don't know? Every time the deputy premier Lai sees the emperor, he will prostrate himself to the ground. This is the deputy premier's unique way of showing respect to the emperor. In court, you and I cannot break the law." After being ridiculed, Ho Siji's thin face turned as red as a monkey's butt. But Su Yugong's words were reasonable and Ho Siji could not refute him. She could only shout at Yang Fan, "Criminal official Yang Fan, today the imperial commandant Zhu Bin accused you of conspiring with him. You are a traitor, conspiring to overthrow the Zhou dynasty. Do you plead guilty?" Su Yugong slowly said, "Imperial Censor Ho, we haven't asked for his name and verified his identity. What are you so anxious about?" Ho Siji could not take it any more and said, "This person is Yang Fan. How can he be wrong?" Su Yugong stroked his beard and leisurely said, "He can be right and wrong, but we still have to go through the necessary procedures. When I investigate cases, I am always meticulous." Ho Siji angrily threw down the gavel and waved her sleeve, saying, "You examine! You examine!" Su Yugong asked about Yang Fan's name, birthplace, and current position from beginning to end. The scribe beside him verified that there was no mistake, and then repeated his crimes, asking, "Do you plead guilty?" Yang Fan stood firmly in the court and replied in a deep voice, "Imperial Censor Su, I admit my innocence." Su Yugong's thick eyebrows twitched. He asked, "I admit my innocence? What do you mean?" Yang Fan said, "I have never committed a crime, so naturally I admit my innocence. Although I used to work under Zhu Bin, I have no personal relationship with him, and have never plotted a rebellion with him. Zhu Bin's confession was that he was tortured and made a wild accusation. I have been wrongly accused. I ask the imperial censor to investigate." Ho Siji could not restrain herself and rushed to say, "Don't try to quibble in court. Minister of Rights Pei Xuanli has already admitted that he was the one who introduced you to the winter official Li Yudao and accepted a huge bribe from him. Li Yudao even promised you that if you succeeded, he would promote you to the rank of great general." Yang Fan asked, "Then what did Li Yudao say?" Su Yugong immediately interrupted, "Li Yudao refuses to admit his guilt and is currently on trial." Yang Fan was relieved. He said, "I have never colluded with anyone to plot a rebellion, nor have I accepted bribes from anyone. I am willing to confront Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli in court." Su Yugong said slowly, "Zhu Bin died of a sudden illness, so he can no longer confront you. As for Pei Xuanli—" He glanced at Ho Siji. Ho Siji called a scribe over and asked a few questions before whispering to Su Yugong, "Pei Xuanli is currently serving as a witness at the Imperial Censor Wei. He can't come over for the time being." He then looked at Yang Fan and said loudly, "Prisoner Yang Fan, don't think that you can get away with it. You said you didn't accept bribes, so where did you get the 16 shops in Nan City?" Yang Fan said, "You're talking about that shop. It was a gift from a noble." Ho Siji asked, "What is this noble person's name? Where does he live? Why did he gift you the shops?" Yang Fan said, "This is my private matter, I can't tell you." Ho Siji was furious. She slammed the gavel and shouted, "Yang Fan, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want to suffer some physical pain before you are willing to confess? Guards." "Wait," Su Yugong said again, Imperial Censor Ho, "this is a major case of rebellion. If we use torture carelessly, the suspect might confess against his will and wrongly accuse a good person. I think it's better to collect more evidence so that he can't refute and plead guilty." Ho Siji glanced at Su Yugong and said in a strange tone, "How are you going to collect evidence, Su Wuzhang?" Su Wuzhang was Su Yugong's nickname. Su Yugong was originally a magistrate in Puzhou. Because he never used torture to solve cases, but instead investigated and used large amounts of irrefutable evidence to make criminals confess voluntarily, he was loved and respected by the local authorities. He was respectfully called Su Wuzhang. Su Yugong was able to enter the court as an official because of his virtuous reputation, which reached Wu Zetian's ears. Su Yugong said, "Although Zhu Bin is dead, Pei Xuanli is still alive. When he is done with his testimony, we can bring him here. What's the rush? Also, I want to know who gave Yang Fan those shops. Did you send someone to the Luoyang prefecture to look at the records and find out who transferred the ownership?" Ho Siji suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, "Censor Su, it's not like you don't know that Lieutenant Minister Lai is in a hurry to close the case. You're not making things difficult for me, you're going against Lieutenant Minister Lai." Su Yugong said nonchalantly, "I'm just trying to solve the case impartially. How can I say that I'm going against Lieutenant Minister Lai?" Ho Siji said in a low voice, "Do you think I'm stupid enough not to check the shop's contract? I've already checked it. The problem is there's no such person. This line is broken, do you understand? Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli have already admitted that Yang Fan was their accomplice. How could this person be guilty of treason? We can just beat him until he confesses and the case will be closed. Why go through so much trouble?" Ho Siji's words were spoken with conviction and confidence. This was because using facts as the basis was a rule that only appeared in modern law. What was the main basis for judging cases in the Tang dynasty? It was a confession. As the saying goes, the crime is determined by the confession. Therefore, Lai Junchen racked his brains and spared no effort to come up with a large number of inhuman torture tools to extract a confession. Therefore, even though Wu Zetian did not see any evidence, she had only seen the confessions that the officials had signed and pressed their fingerprints on. However, there were some corresponding requirements for a confession to be used as evidence. Under the principle of the crime is determined by the confession, there was also the principle of public evidence to convict. In other words, a confession had to be made by more than 3 people in order to be effective. This was the so-called 3 people to prove, 2 people to be false. Now, Yang Fan's crime had already been confessed by Zhu Bin and Pei Xuanli. As long as there was one more person, whether it was himself or Li Yudao, Yang Fan could be thrown into the death row to await trial. So why didn't Lai Junchen just randomly find someone to be the third testimony? Because Yang Fan was in charge of the army in the palace. Although his official position was not high, he played an important role in this rebellion. Lai Junchen deliberately arranged such a role for him in order to tie him up and not let him escape. Who asked him to have so many forces supporting him? Because Yang Fan played such an important role, Lai Junchen helped him make up a story of him conspiring with Zhu Bin, Pei Xuanli acting as a middleman, and Li Yudao recruiting him. This made it seem like the rebel was meticulous. At the same time, there were fewer people involved, so there were fewer flaws. This was to prevent Yang Fan's backers from interfering and discovering any loopholes. Who would have thought that in order to close the case, such a setup would instead be a trap of one's own making? Li Yudao had not confessed, and neither had Yang Fan. Lai Junchen also could not randomly find someone to act as an insider of Yang Fan's rebellion. He could only interrogate Li Yudao while trying to force Yang Fan to confess himself. Ho Siji spoke in a low voice and lowered his stance, giving Su Yugong enough face. However, Su Yugong did not appreciate it. He coldly said, "Things that go against the law cannot be done." Ho Siji had endured for a long time. Seeing him not give any face, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. His ruffian behavior from when he was hanging out in the streets and selling flatbread for a living was immediately revealed. Ho Siji stood up with one foot on the chair. Rolling up his sleeves, he angrily said, "Su Wujan, do you think you are the only one who understands the law? Do you think I don't? I remember that if a criminal refuses to confess, we can use torture." Su Yugong saw that he was acting like a ruffian, but he was not anxious or angry. He slowly nodded and said, "That's right. Torture can be used. The interrogation by torture can be done once every 20 days, but no more than 3 times in total. The total number of strokes cannot exceed 200. If the interrogation results in death, the presiding judge will not be held responsible. So you also know this rule?" This official, of course this official knows. Ho Siji was basically illiterate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a joke out of Wei Yuanzhong that Wei Yuanzhong was sitting while he, the presiding judge, was being lectured while standing. He actually did not know what Su Yugong was talking about. He only knew that torture could be used to extort a confession. Now that Su Yugong had confirmed this point, Ho Siji was even more confident. With a sinister laugh, he gave the servants in front of the hall a meaningful look. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down with all his might, shouting, "Come! Use the cane on Yang Fan and beat him until he confesses." Su Yugong leisurely said, "What if Yang Fan doesn't confess?" Ho Siji said, "Then we'll talk after 200 strokes." Ho Siji was so arrogant because he was angry and did not care about the consequences. But it was also because he had something to rely on. After Xue Huai caused a ruckus in the Senate, he was worried that Lai Junshin would pretend to agree but oppose him in secret. So, he sent people to check on Yang Fan every day. But ever since the emperor confirmed Yang Fan's treason charges and decreed the execution, Xue Huai did not send anyone again. It seemed that he was afraid of Yang Fan. With this in mind, Ho Siji's courage was bolstered. Su Yugong slowly said, "Even if his body is made of iron, he will not be able to withstand 200 strokes of the cane. Imperial Censor Ho, you clearly want to beat him to death in the court?" Ho Siji shouted, "So what if I kill him right here and now?" Su Yugong stood up and shouted, "With Su Yugong here, this person cannot die." Ho Siji shouted, "Begin the torture." Su Yugong shouted, "Who dares?" Ho Siji grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He angrily shouted, "Begin the torture immediately. First 100 strokes. If he does not confess, then another 100 strokes." Su Yugong grabbed a bunch of sticks and threw them down the hall. He shouted, "Drag Ho Siji away, strip him of his official clothes, and give him 60 strokes." Yang Fan, the criminal, had become a bystander after only saying a few words since he entered the hall. The two chief interrogators were at first arguing with each other, and then they were at daggers drawn. The servants on both sides of the hall, who were holding big red sticks, looked at the sticks that were jumping all over the floor. They looked at each other and did not know which official they should listen to. Ho Siji pointed at Su Yugong's nose and said, "Su Yugong, you dare to cover up for a criminal?" Su Yugong waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. He said, "I am enforcing the law impartially. How is this covering up?" Ho Siji pointed at Yang Fan and shouted, "I want to interrogate him, but you are obstructing me. Isn't this covering up?" Su Yugong said, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, when interrogating a criminal, one must first look at his emotions and reason. After repeated questioning, if there is still no conclusion and there is a need to interrogate him, he will be placed on file and brought to me for sentencing. Then he will be interrogated. What did I do wrong?" Ho Wenming was confused by Su Yugong's words. His small eyes blinked, and his anger immediately subsided. He stammered, What did you say?" Chapter 357. Su Yugong leisurely said, "You don't understand, right? As the saying goes, first look at the situation, then examine the reasoning. After repeated examination, if there is no conclusion, then the case will be filed, and the judge will be brought to the superior for interrogation. What is the meaning of this?" Su Yugong sat back in his chair and stroked his beard. He leisurely said, "This means that if you want to interrogate him, you can. However, the evidence is very detailed, and the criminal refuses to confess. Under these circumstances, you will have to write down an official request for an official reply before you can use the punishment. What is the purpose of this?" Su Yugong was like a very patient teacher, explaining sentence by sentence. Ho Siji stood there and suddenly realized that this scene was the same as when he was teased by Wei Yuanzhong a few days ago. He quickly sat down and refused to stand there to be scolded. Su Yugong said, "The purpose of this punishment is not to obtain clues to solve the case, but to force the criminal to confess when faced with evidence. F*ck your mother." Ho Siji finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Ever since he entered the Imperial Censorate, he had never heard of anyone handling a case like this. That's right, Su Wuzhang handled cases like this, but he didn't say anything when others used torture to force a confession. But today, he was interrogating in the same court and caused so much trouble. Wasn't he purposely making things difficult for him? Su Yugong's face darkened and he angrily said, "Ho Siji, you dare to speak rudely?" Ho Siji said, "So what if I speak rudely? I still want to beat you up." Before he finished speaking, Ho Siji's left hook was aimed at Su Yugong's chin. What was Su Yugong's background? Although he was in his early 50s, he had worked in the judicial department from the beginning. He had risen from a patrolman, squad leader, patrol inspector, all the way to a county lieutenant, and then a judge. He had also carried chains and a ruler to catch criminals, so he was very agile. Ho Siji's fist came flying over. Su Yugong's body crouched, and he struck Ho Siji's chin with a soaring cannon, sending this flatbread seller flying. All the bailiffs in the court were dumbfounded. They saw the two imperial censors no longer care about their dignity, wearing their official robes and fighting in the court. Yang Fan stood there, watching this scene, only feeling amused in his heart. He could feel that Su Yugong was protecting him. When he heard Ho Siji call Su Yugong Su Wuzhang, he knew who this person was. Su Wuzhang had a bit of fame in the capital, but Yang Fan didn't know if Su Yugong protected him because he had always been fair in law enforcement or because he was entrusted by someone else. However, he was a criminal and could not step forward to help. Moreover, Su Yugong was not at a disadvantage at this time, even though he was older than Ho Siji by more than 10 years. When the two of them fought, it was Ho Siji who was at a disadvantage and was constantly being beaten. In this situation, she did not need his help. While the two judges were fighting in the court, someone had already rushed over to inform Lai Junshin. When Lai Junshin heard this, he was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He hurried over and saw that Yang Fan was standing to the side as if nothing had happened. The two judges were fighting so fiercely in the court that their clothes were in a mess and their heads were crooked. The sticks in the Ji, Fa, Yen, and Ming were all over the place. He couldn't help but roar, "Stop!" Su Yugong was just about to throw the gavel when Ho Siji, who was holding a booklet to cover his face, saw Lai Junshin rushing over. Ho Siji hurriedly threw the booklet down and ran forward to complain, "Lieutenant Minister, look, Su Yugong is beating me up. He even knocked out 2 of my teeth." Su Yugong was shocked. Su Yugong put down the gavel and tidied up his clothes. He stood there and confidently said, "Wronged ghosts are born under heavy punishment. Since this lowly official is also a judge, this lowly official can't ignore Ho Siji's abuse of punishment." Ho Siji was stopped by this lowly official and flew into a rage out of humiliation. He actually punched this lowly official. Everyone in the court saw it clearly and can be used as a witness. Deputy Premier, please help this lowly official. When Lai Junchen saw this Su Wuzhang, he couldn't help but have a headache. Right now, Lai Junchen was practically covering the sky with one hand in the court. Why couldn't he do anything to Su Yugong? This was because Su Yugong, this troublemaker, was too famous in the court. When Su Yugong was transferred to the capital from the local area by Wu Zetian to be an official, he first worked as a deputy justice in the Supreme Court. At that time, he had already fought with Lai Junchen. At that time, Lai Junchen had convicted a county's military officer as an accomplice in the case of the Prince of Langya, Li Chong. In the past, the Supreme Court would only record the files transferred by the Imperial Censorate and didn't question them. However, Su Yugong had just been appointed and discovered some clues in the files. Although he couldn't completely exonerate the military officer, he was able to reduce his punishment. He was only sentenced to 3,000 li of exile instead of the death penalty. Lai Junchen refused to accept this and complained to the emperor. Su Yugong actually began to argue with Wu Zetian in the court. The ruler and the minister argued for a long time. Because Su Yugong's words were reasonable and the evidence was sufficient, Wu Zetian unexpectedly gave in and approved his sentence. In the past, Wu Zetian had only heard of Su Yugong's virtuous reputation and had ordered him to be transferred to the capital. This was the first time she had seen him, and he left a deep impression on her. Su Yugong served in the Supreme Court for 3 years, correcting hundreds of wrongful cases from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. After 3 years, he was transferred to the Qiuguan Ministry of Justice, as the Qiuguan Yuanweilong. After the Qiuguan Yuanweilong Yang Mingxing was killed by Yang Fan, he was promoted to the Qiuguan Yuanweilong. In the end, this Qiuguan Yuanweilong started to quarrel with his immediate superior, Zhou Xing. At that time, Zhou Xing had just gotten rid of his immediate superior, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Chujin, and was at the height of his success. One time, he handed over the case of the 2 brothers, Li Runbao, who were suspected of treason to Su Yugong. Actually, Su Yugong only needed to follow the procedure. Su Yugong handled the case seriously. When he discovered that the case was false, he refused to close it. Thus, he started to quarrel with Zhou Xing, the newly appointed minister. Zhou Xing was furious and submitted a petition to impeach Su Yugong. He said that Su Yugong was biased towards Li Runbao and his brother and had the intention to rebel, so he should be executed. Wu Zetian already knew that this person always handled cases according to the facts and not the people, so she didn't want to kill him. However, Zhou Xing's eradication of Li Tang's royal family was to cater to her wishes. It was a political necessity, so she demoted Su Yugong to be a commoner and chased him home. After Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing fell from power due to treason, Su Yugong was reinstated. This time, he was transferred to the Imperial Censorate and became Lai Junchen's subordinate. Think about it. What could Lai Junchen do to such a troublemaker who was even in the presence of the emperor? Lai Junchen had many shameful deeds. Although Su Yugong had always been excluded from his small circle, it was impossible for him not to know anything about them. Lai Junchen also had his reservations. Su Yugong didn't want to get involved in cases that weren't handled by Lai Junchen. After all, if he continued to quarrel with his chief official, there really wouldn't be any Yamen chief officials who would dare to use him. However, if he pushed him too hard, he might harden his heart and run to the emperor to reveal everything he knew. Wouldn't that ruin his own plans? Lai Junchen looked at the 2 of them in a bad mood and ordered, "Take the criminal back. The 2 of you follow me." Lai Junchen finished speaking and left with a flick of his sleeve. Su Yugong and Ho Siji looked at each other, and with a cold snort, they followed Lai Junchen. The chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan, was riding towards the censorate. On the saddle was a bulging leather bag. Inside the bag were some incomplete documents that needed to be returned to the Imperial Censorate to make up for the missing document. Long Chuan was 28 this year and had just been promoted to the 9th-rank Deputy Supervisor of the Supreme Court. He could be said to be young and promising. Men started growing beards at the age of 28, and Long Chuan started growing beards at the beginning of the year. Now that a portion of his beard had grown, he looked much more mature and impressive. It was a rare sunny day today, and there were more people on the streets. Although Long Chuan slowed down his horse, he still brushed against a pedestrian. That person let out a soft cry and staggered, almost falling. Upon closer inspection, it was a young nun dressed in black with a vegetable basket on her arm. Long Chuan quickly jumped off his horse and apologized to her. Little nun, forgive me, I left in a hurry, I'm really sorry. It's all right. The young nun adjusted the monk's hat on her head, and her pretty white face revealed a shy blush, as beautiful as a peach. Long Chuan looked at this beautiful face, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Women all liked to dress up, but after dressing up, it was hard to judge how much of a woman's beauty was due to her makeup. To be able to wear simple clothes without losing any of their beauty, that was a true first-class beauty. The little nun in front of him was obviously such a beauty. Although she was wearing a moon-white robe with a Buddhist nun hat on her head, nothing could be more simple, but her cheeks were dyed red, as if she was bashful and timid, like a blooming peach blossom, indescribably tender and beautiful. Long Chuan secretly lamented, such a beautiful young lady, how could she become a nun? What a waste of God's gift. The young nun shyly glanced at him, as if she was very interested in his handsome and mighty appearance. She slightly frowned and softly said, "It's not military master's fault, it's just that I'm weak and can't walk anymore." She gently bit her lips, and her white and neat teeth bit her tender and rosy lips. She then glanced at Long Chuan with her soft and clear eyes, and said with slight shyness, "Is military master willing to help me send this basket back?" She threw an enchanting look at Long Chuan with her beautiful eyes. Long Chuan's soul almost flew away. She was originally a beautiful and lovely little nun, but at this time, her expression faintly revealed a kind of strange charm and enchanting, and her eyes carried a kind of mysterious charm and temptation. Long Chuan hurriedly said, Okay, I wonder which temple little nun is cultivating in." The little nun pouted at the entrance of the alley next to her and whispered, "I live in this alley." Long Chuan looked into the alley. How could there be a nunnery in this place? Sure enough, as he expected, Long Chuan immediately beamed with joy and said, Good. Little abbess, please lead the way. I'll send the vegetables back for you." "Thank you very much, military master." The little nun led the way. Although her robe was wide with big sleeves, when her waist swayed, there was a hint of flirtatiousness. Long Chuan picked up the basket, with one hand holding the horse, and followed behind the little nun. He stared at her slender waist and thought to himself, "I've only heard that some famous prostitutes in brothels have changed their brothels into Taoist temples, not only to avoid taxes from the government, but also to attract some customers who like the unusual taste. But I didn't expect that there would be someone who changed the half-closed door of the brothel into a nunnery. It's a pity for her beautiful hair. But such a beauty, and also a bald head, must have a special taste, hee." The little nun led the way and disappeared into the alley with Long Chuan. After the time it took for an incense to burn, a horse came out of the alley, and a person sat on the horse. He was dressed in the clothes of the Supreme Court's supervisor, with a saber at his waist and a leather bag on the saddle. This person was thin, and his beard looked very majestic. He came out of the alley and carried the horse towards the censorate courtyard. Chapter 358. With the Fengtian guards standing guard at the gate of the council house, the security was exceptionally tight. Everyone who entered the council house would be strictly interrogated. If it was like this during the day, one could imagine how tight the security would be at night. A horseman rode his horse to the front of the Senate Yamen. He leaped down from his horse and led the horse to the side. He tied the horse to a post and took out a bulging leather bag from the horse's back. He strode towards the door. Looking at his attire, he was wearing the official uniform of the Supreme Court. He was thin and had a beard on his face. "Stop! What are you doing?" A Fonction Guard soldier stretched out his hand to block his path. That person waved his horsewhip and replied with a slight smile, "I am the chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan. Yesterday, I heard that something happened in the censorate courtyard. Haha, to think that they actually deployed soldiers to guard here today. Our Lieutenant Minister Lai is really honored." As he spoke, he took out a fish talisman from his waist and calmly handed it to the soldier. The soldier took the fish talisman and examined it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he returned it to him and asked, "Your Excellency, what official business do you have at the council house?" Long Chuan opened the leather pouch and showed it to him. He replied, "Some of the files are not complete. The Supreme Court's Vice Minister has ordered that they must be returned to the censorate. Only then can they be approved and archived." The soldier retreated to the side and waved his hand. Long Chuan kept the leather pouch and calmly walked towards the courtyard. This Long Chuan was Tin Ano in disguise. When the Tian Ai Nu barged into the house of censorate that day, she followed her memory of the location of the prison. Once she found the door, she went on a killing spree. When she rushed into the prison cell, she realized that Yang Fan was not locked up there. The prisoners in the cell did not know her identity and did not know where Yang Fan was being held. Tin Ano hurriedly checked every cell but did not see Yang Fan. She asked a few more times but no one answered. Tin Ano saw this and immediately turned around and left. She was an assassin who had undergone rigorous training, so she was very clear about timing. She brazenly charged into the prison. It seemed reckless, but in fact, she had already thought it through. She had carefully estimated how long she could stay in the prison. It was probably only enough time for her to get the key to the shackles from the jailer, find Yang Fan, break the door, and save him. The opportunity was fleeting. If she could successfully rescue Yang Fan, the two of them would have already begun to fight their way out of the encirclement. Now, they had already spent a lot of time looking for him from cell to cell. They could not delay any longer. Otherwise, once the cell door was sealed from the outside, even she would be locked here and unable to leave. Seeing that things were not going well, Tin Ano turned around and left. She had just broken through the tunnel when the patrolling public servants discovered the two dead jailers and rushed in. Tin Ano fought her way out of the encirclement and fled into the night. When the public servants and servants arrived one after another, Tin Ano had already disappeared. If Tin Ano had caught one of the sentries and interrogated him, she might have known the exact location where Yang Fan was being held. However, Tin Ano had made a mistake in her busy schedule. She had thought of all possible changes before the prison break, but she had not thought that the cell was already full of prisoners and that Yang Fan was being held in a temporarily vacated cell outside. However, this did not affect the result of her rescue. Because the temporary cell that was holding Yang Fan was too simple, in order to prevent prisoners from escaping, he was heavily shackled. Even if Tin Ano had found his exact location, it was impossible for her to release him before the public servants heard the news and gathered around. The next night, it was impossible for Anu to sneak into the Senate. This place was built by the wall and was surrounded by an open space. Under the guard of the Fonction guards, there was nowhere for her to hide, and she would be discovered from afar if she tried to sneak in. Tin Ano had no choice but to leave. Today, she had come up with this idea to sneak in. Tin Ano walked into the Senate and looked around for a while. Coincidentally, Zheng Xiaobu, who had sent the vegetable seller out, came back. Tin Ano welcomed him and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, I am sent by the Supreme Court to return the incomplete document. This is my first time here and I do not know the way. May I know where I should go to hand over the documents?" Zheng Xiaobu said, Go that way and turn to the third room in the second row. There is a sign hanging on the door that says Taiyuan Yamen Office. Tin Ano nodded, thank you, and turned to follow Jing Xiaobu's instructions. In the alley, Tin Ano had already asked Long Chuan what she needed to know. Moreover, she heard that this was the first time Long Chuan came to the Senate after his promotion. She was even more relieved. If the person in charge of the handover knew Long Chuan, she would have to be more cautious. Tin Ano rushed to the Taiyuan Yamen office. The clerk took out the files from the leather bag and recorded them one by one. He wrote 2 copies of the handover book and signed it with Tin Ano. Tin Ano kept the receipt and walked out of the Yamen office. She wandered around the courtyard. Without the thick leather bag in her hand, her movements were even less conspicuous. At this moment, Su Yugong and Ho Siji were fighting in the court. Lai Junshan rushed over when he heard the news and instructed angrily, "Put Yang Fan in prison temporarily. Get Lai Zixuan to finish the case on hand and take over the interrogation of Yang Fan. The 2 of you, come with me." Lai Junshan flicked his sleeves and left. Su Yugong and Ho Siji followed behind him angrily and left together. Tin Ano wandered around the Senate for a long time but couldn't find any clues. She wanted to take the risk to catch someone and interrogate Yang Fan's whereabouts in a secluded place. Suddenly, she saw a few servants coming out from a double eaves office. They were holding the shackled Yang Fan. Tin Ano saw Yang Fan and her heart skipped a beat. Then, it seemed to have stopped and was pressed heavily in her chest. It was only when the servants held Yang Fan towards her that Tin Ano woke up from her dream. She hurriedly retracted her infatuated gaze and turned around. At this moment, her heart pounded again like a drum. The sound of the shackles grew closer and closer. Tin Ano's heartbeat also grew faster and faster. She subconsciously touched the hilt of her saber and her palms were already sweating. However, right at this moment, a group of soldiers who were changing shifts leisurely walked over from afar. When Tian Ai knew thought of the heavy handcuffs and shackles on Yang Fan's body, she gritted her teeth and suppressed her impulse. Under the escort of the servants, Yang Fan dragged the heavy shackles to the backyard with difficulty. The heavy shackles were probably more than 10 caddies and looked like 2 iron weights on his feet. The iron chain in the middle was less than a foot long and was as thick as a goose's egg. He wanted to lift the chain with his hands, but it was too short. He could only drag it with his feet and his ankles were a bloody mess. Tin Ano followed behind him and saw the state of his feet. Her heart ached. It was the busiest time of the year in the judicial chamber. There were officials from the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, Luoyang Prefecture, and other places who rushed over to handle matters. There were also soldiers from the Fengchen Guards. There were also officials from the judicial chamber who were escorting prisoners back to prison or taking prisoners out of prison. Tin Ano swaggered behind those officials and walked leisurely. No one questioned her. The officials escorted Yang Fan to the temporary prison area. They took him in and relocked him with the iron chains that were fastened to the walls, the ground, and the beams. The last official who came out wanted to lock him up, but found that the lock was locked. He couldn't help but angrily call out, Captain Zhang, open the lock." By this time, the other officials had already left. The last official walked towards the wall of the house and shouted for Zhang Lilei to open the lock. Tin Ano saw that this was a rare opportunity and immediately dashed over. He first took a look at the lock in the door. This prison cell had been temporarily modified. It was originally used to store the 4 treasures of the study and office equipment. As a result, the door was thin and the lock was not large. Tin Ano thought that he could kick it open with 1 foot and not have to worry about cutting off his escape route. He immediately dashed through the door without hesitation. Yang Fan suddenly saw an official from the Supreme Court barge in with a saber. His heart immediately tightened. After Zhu Bin's sudden death, he had increased his vigilance. Yang Fan immediately tightened his grip on the iron chains. Unfortunately, his range of movement was limited. If the intruder really had evil intentions, He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to use 10% of his martial arts. Silence, I'm here to save you. Tin Ano was also afraid that he would shout, so he hurriedly spoke in his original voice. Yang Fan's body immediately trembled. At this time, Zhang Lilei limped over. The official grumbled to him, Captain Zhang, the criminal hasn't returned yet. Can't you just hang the lock on top? Why lock it? Are you afraid that someone will steal the lock? Zhang Lilei snorted and said, I'm used to opening and locking the door every day. I just conveniently locked it. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Tin Ano dodged to the side. After thinking carefully, he was worried that someone would poke their head in and look inside. He hurriedly leaped and flashed to the top of the bookcase by the wall. There were no windows or lights in the room, so it was very dim. The light from the door shone in, making the room brighter. Jumping to the top of the bookcase against the wall, and then crouching down, it would be difficult to find anyone even if he looked carefully. When Zhang Lilei unlocked the door, the official really poked his head in and glanced inside. When he retracted his head, the door was locked with a click. The only source of light in the room was the faint light coming in through the gap of the door. Yang Fan stared at the bookcase with wide eyes. In the darkness, the bookcase only had a hazy shadow, not to mention the person lying on it. He couldn't see anything clearly and could only call out in a low voice, Anu? When Tin Ano heard him call her name, she suddenly felt a surge of emotions in her heart. She couldn't help but want to cry. She sniffled and jumped down from the bookcase. She gently walked to Yang Fan's side and didn't say a word. She just reached out to touch the iron chain on his hand and tried to pull it. Yang Fan said in a low voice, It's useless. This iron chain is either firmly embedded in the beam or hammered into the ground with a sledgehammer. It can't be pulled out at all. Tin Ano still didn't say anything. She just felt her way along the iron chain and leaped onto the beam. After feeling it carefully for a while, she knew that it was really impossible to pull it out. She could only jump down and slowly unsheath her saber. Yang Fan shook his head and said, There's no need to try. This iron chain is originally used to hang people in the air for torture. It's thick and sturdy. Even a steel saber can't break it, unless you have some legendary divine weapon in your hand that can cut through iron like mud. Anu, when did you come to Luoyang? Chapter 359. Tin Ano still did not speak. She measured the thickness of the iron chain, and it was as Yang Fan said, such a thick iron chain could not be cut by a steel knife. Unwilling to give up, she touched Yang Fan's wrist to see if she could pry open the iron ring on his wrist. The iron ring was made of cast iron and was as wide as a wrist guard. It was about 3 inches thick. Tian Ai knew could not help but feel hopeless. Yang Fan saw that she did not speak, and could not help but asked curiously, Anu? I can recognize your voice, you're Anu, why don't you speak? Tin Ano coldly said, What do you want me to say? Yang Fan heard that her tone was very cold and cynical, and was slightly surprised, but immediately understood. He was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, You know about my marriage? Anu, that day at Mingwei Garrison, there are some things that I did not tell you clearly. Then you left in a hurry, and I... Tin Ano interrupted. You don't need to say any more. Now that I've become a monk, everything in the mortal world has nothing to do with me. What? Yang Fan was shocked. You've become a monk? Anu, is this because of me? Tin Ano did not speak, only squatted down and touched the shackles on Yang Fan's ankle. Yang Fan also squatted down and held her shoulders. Anu, listen to me, some things are not what you think. Actually, when I was in the desert... Tin Ano's fingertips swept past the despairing cold iron shackles, and suddenly heavily slapped Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan was stunned, and his voice could not help but stop. Tin Ano shed tears and angrily said, I hate you. Do you know, I have never hated a person like this before. I hate you. I hate myself. Yes, she hated Yang Fan. She hated Yang Fan for giving her hope of love. She also hated herself. She hated herself for not being able to let it go, for not being able to let it go. Yang Fan did not give her a clear promise in the first place. It was her own strand of love that was tied to her, and she could never be free. At this time, the imperial censor Wan Guojun happened to bump into Lady Wang in front of the residence and hurriedly invited her in. Wan Guojun was one of Lai Junshin's trusted aides. The weaving sutra that Lai Junshin wrote was co-authored with him. When Wan Guojun heard Madame Wang's intention, he couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Madam, this is against the law." Madame Wang said lightly, "Of course I know it's against the law, but haven't you done enough things that are against the law?" The Yang family's wife only wanted to see her husband and have a few intimate words. What was wrong with that? If you can't make this decision, I'll go to your deputy prime minister. Wan Guojun's face was full of smiles as he said, "Madam is too serious." If that's the case, then fine, I'll make an exception this time." Wan Guojun accompanied Madame Wang and Xiao Man to the place where Yang Fan was locked up and said, "Yang Fan is locked up in this cell. If the Yang family's wife has anything to say, hurry up and say it." Madame Wang glared at him and said, "You're just going to let her talk through the door?" Wan Guojun said, "Madam, this is a temporary cell, not a gate." Madame Wang said, "Then can't we just let her in?" Wan Guojun smiled awkwardly and said, "Madam, it's already considered a favor outside the law for the sake of Madam. If they are allowed to interact privately, this is really—" Madame Wang smiled coldly and said, "This Madam really has a lot of face, and this is called a visit? Are you going to let the Yang family's wife talk to a door? It's only human nature to let the husband and wife meet and have a few intimate words. Can't Imperial Censor Wan make an exception?" Wan Guojun hesitated and said, I shouldn't refuse Madam's orders. But this is a serious criminal, if there's any mistake." Madame Wang said impatiently, "The Yang family's wife is a girl, what mistake can she make?" Wan Guojun hurriedly said, "Madam, you may not know, but the Yang family's wife was originally a female guard in the palace and her martial arts are really extraordinary. If she—" "Madam, I can't afford to mention it." Madame Wang softened her tone and said, "Then can't you think of a way? I'm already here, and you want me to leave with the Yang family's wife? Xiao Man? Is that you outside?" As soon as the voice came from outside, Yang Fan and Tin Ano became silent. The faint sound of conversation came from outside. Yang Fan held his breath and listened for a moment. When he heard that it was Xiao Man who came to visit, he couldn't help but cry out in excitement. "Lang Jun!" When Xiao Man heard Yang Fan's voice, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed forward and threw herself on the door, crying sadly, "Lang Jun, Xiao Man is here to see you." Madame Wang stared coldly at Wan Guojun, and her face gradually darkened. Wan Guojun couldn't take it anymore. He hesitated and said in a negotiating tone, "If Madame wants to let them meet, it's fine, but I have to put a pair of shackles on the Yang family's wife just in case. Madame, you see." Madame Wang thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Wan Guojun was relieved and quickly ordered a bailiff, "Go and get a pair of shackles." He then turned his back to Madame Wang and said in a low voice, "Get a pair of heavy shackles." The bailiff flew away and soon came back with a pair of heavy shackles. The pair of shackles weighed about 7 or 8 kilograms. They were rectangular and as thick as a brick. It was like a small shackle. After the hands were shackled, unless a key was used to open the shackles, even if you used a sledgehammer to smash your wrists, you might not be able to break the shackles. Wan Guojun was so careful because he knew Xie Xiao Man's ability. Secondly, he was vigilant because of the prison break the night before. He was Lai Junshin's confidant, so he knew that there was only one person who came to the prison that night, and it was a woman. In fact, they also suspected Xiao Man, but the masked woman broke into the prison, not the place where Yang Fan was imprisoned. The location of Yang Fan's imprisonment wasn't a secret. At the very least, the people of the White Horse Temple knew about it. If the Yang family's daughter wanted to break into the prison, she would definitely know the exact location of Yang Fan's imprisonment. Wan Guojun asked someone to put the heavy shackles on Xiao Man. After checking that there were no mistakes, he let Zhang Lilei open the prison door. Xiao Man! Lang Jun! Xiao Man stepped into the prison door. The moment she saw Yang Fan's appearance, tears immediately blurred her eyes. She slowly walked a few steps and suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Tin Ano, who was leaning on the bookcase, gently bit his lower lip. He slowly lay down and looked at the dark ceiling. Xiao Man struggled to lift her heavy shackles and gently stroked Yang Fan's thin cheeks. She stroked his rough and hard stubble and cried, "Lang Jun, you've lost weight." On the bookcase, Tin Ano listened to her words and felt sour in his heart. She was the most qualified person to express her concern to Yang Fan. But what about her? She was only qualified to express her hatred. Tin Ano was very disappointed. A large group of people stood at the door. Wan Guojun stood in the middle with Mrs. Wang. Behind Mrs. Wang were 2 maids, 2 servants, and 5 or 6 yamen runners. Madame Wang said to Wan Guojun, "Close the door, let the husband and wife talk. The Yang family's wife is already in heavy shackles. Are you still worried that they will escape?" This time, Wan Guojun readily agreed. He also asked someone to bring a lamp in according to Mrs. Wang's request. The door was locked. Wan Guojun asked 2 yamen runners to stay at the door and said to Mrs. Wang politely, "Madam, please take a seat in the detention room." Mrs. Wang nodded and followed him to the detention room. She asked casually, "Where is the Deputy Prime Minister?" Wan Guojun said, "2 colleagues had a dispute because of the interrogation. The Deputy Prime Minister called them over and is probably scolding them." "Madam, do you want to see the Deputy Prime Minister?" Mrs. Wang said, "No need. This is a private matter that I asked you to do. Since he is busy, there is no need to let him know." Lang Jun. Inside the prison, Xiao Man threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Thinking that they would be separated forever in a few days, she couldn't help but cry. Yang Fan gently wiped away her tears and softly said, You're crying again. I've only been locked up here and haven't suffered much. Look at you, where did the mighty and domineering county military chief Xie go? Ever since you married me, you have become a crying baby. People will think that I am bullying you if they see you." Tin Ano was lying on the bookshelf. His belly was bulging and he had the tendency to turn into a frog princess. "Bastard! Did you ever coax me like this? You know that I am here, but you still want to piss me off." Xiao Man listened to Yang Fan's words and cried even more sadly. She choked and said, "Lang Jun, the Emperor has issued a decree. All of them will be hanged and abandoned for 3 days. There are only 5 days left before the execution. You?" The smile on Yang Fan's face suddenly froze. He was stunned for a moment before he said hoarsely, "The Emperor has issued a decree? But they were still interrogating me just now." Xiao Man said sorrowfully, "Although the decree has not been officially issued, Lai Junshin has already received the Emperor's verbal decree. Lai Junshin is the Emperor's confidant. In the past, with Zhou Xing around, the 2 of them kept each other in check, so they were somewhat restrained. Now that Lai Junshin's family is powerful, he is already lawless. Is there anything he can't do? Lang Jun, Xiao Man is useless and can't save you." Yang Fan was shocked by this news, and his heart was like a stormy sea, but seeing Xiao Man crying so sadly, he had no choice but to temporarily restrain his chaotic mood, and advised in a low voice, "Since Yang Fan was a child until today, I don't know how many times I've fallen into a dead end, but in the end I've always come out safely. God has already been very generous to me. If I can't make it through this tribulation, it is also God's will. Don't be sad. Xiao Man, if something really happens to me, you have to live well. You are still young and have a long way to go. The most fortunate thing for me now is that I didn't take your body. Forget me. I don't want to, Xiao Man shook her head with tears streaming down her face. Lang Jun? What Xiao Man hates the most now is that I didn't give my body to you. If it wasn't for Xiao Man's stubbornness, I could have given you a son and a daughter, which could be considered as leaving a bloodline for the Yang family. Xiao Man has let you down. Lang Jun, if you really die, Xiao Man will never remarry. I will be faithful to Lang Jun for the rest of my life. Tin Ano was no longer angry. Although it was not the time for gossip, she really couldn't suppress her curiosity. They have been married for so long, but they still haven't consummated their marriage? His wife is still a virgin? What's going on? Although Tin Ano still didn't understand what had happened between them, her jealousy was greatly reduced. Silly girl, you really are a silly girl. Yang Fan stroked Xiao Man's beautiful hair. Thinking that both of them were orphans, and after his death, she was even more alone, his heart was also sad. He suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Man, I remember, you have an elder brother who was separated from you when you were young. Haven't you found him yet? Xiao Man shook her head. Thinking of the elder brother who had been separated from her since she was young, and now she was about to lose her husband, she couldn't help but feel even more sad. Yang Fan said sadly, I have a younger sister, but I haven't found her yet. I have already asked someone to find her. If it wasn't for this accident, I might have heard about her already. If I'm not here, help me find her and take care of her, okay? Xiao Man nodded with tears and said, Don't worry, Lang Jun. I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Okay. Yang Fan hugged her and gently stroked her beautiful hair. He said with infinite nostalgia, My younger sister's name is Nyonyo. Chapter 360. When Xiao Man heard Yang Fan's words, her body suddenly froze. Yang Fan didn't notice that he was handcuffed and shackled, and Xiao Man was also wearing a pair of heavy shackles. They weren't very close to each other, and Xiao Man's delicate body trembled slightly, but he didn't notice it at all. Yang Fan's thoughts had already drifted back to the distant Guangzhou prefecture and that distant childhood. He said softly, I was an orphan, and so was she. We weren't biological siblings, but we were more like biological siblings. We depended on each other and begged together. Later, there was a Aunt Pei who wanted to take her in. At that time, I couldn't even protect myself, so I thought, she was a woman, and this could be considered a way out. Xiao Man's body shivered, and her hair stood on end. She was so happy that her heart was about to explode, but a cheer was stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. She wanted to cry, but she had to try hard to open her eyes wide and prick up her ears, for fear of missing a word, for fear of not being able to see a trace of his expression. Yang Fan said, From then on, we separated and never saw each other again. I had already asked someone to look for her, but now that something happened to me, I don't know if they can still contact me. Oh right, that Aunt Pei seemed to have a very high status. When she came out of the governor's office of Guangzhou, the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui, personally saw her out. Aunt Pei also brought a little girl that was her daughter. Xiao Man gently left Yang Fan's embrace and said with a trembling voice, that little girl's surname was Gongsun. She carried a long sword that was as tall as her body. She had a very beautiful butterfly hairpin. The young Nyonyo was immature and also wanted it, so her elder brother made her the most beautiful butterfly hairpin in the world. As she spoke, tears rolled down her face like beads of broken string. The tears flowed to the side of her mouth, salty. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise and was speechless. Elder brother, I am Nyonyo. Nyonyo rushed forward, hugged Yang Fan, and burst into tears. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the worries and bitterness of the past 10 years. Ever since she broke up with her elder brother in her childhood, she hadn't cried for a long time. Ever since Yang Fan was sent to prison, although she often cried, she had been suppressing and restraining her tears. At this time, she finally opened her heart and threw herself into her elder brother's arms, as if she had been wronged in her childhood. She cried to her heart's content. Even if she cried with snot and tears, she didn't have to be afraid of being ugly or worried. "Nyonyo, are you really Nyonyo?" Yang Fan looked at Xiao Mang in disbelief. Xiao Mang cried, "I am Nyonyo. Elder brother, I followed Aunt Pei to Chang to serve the young lady and practice martial arts. Later, my master, who is Aunt Pei's junior sister, took a fancy to me and trained me to be a female guard in the palace. Elder brother, I've been looking for you for so long." "Nyonyo." Yang Fan tightly hugged her. He was so happy that he couldn't speak. He had missed her for so many years and had so many things he wanted to say. But now that things had come to this, thousands of words condensed together, and he didn't even want to say a word. He just wanted to hug his Nyonyo tightly, afraid that if he let go, she would be lost again. Xiao Mang was in the same state of mind as him. She just hugged him tightly and listened to each other's heartbeat. She didn't say a word and felt at ease. Bang! In the silence, a sound suddenly came from above the bookshelf. This was a prison cell, and there shouldn't be anyone else. Xiao Mang was shocked and hurriedly left Yang Fan's embrace. She suddenly turned around and shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" A wife was visiting her husband, but a brother and sister recognized each other. Tin Ano was shocked when he heard this from above the bookshelf. He raised his head a little and hit the ceiling, making a noise. With Xiao Mang's question, Tin Ano couldn't hide anymore. She flew up and landed on the ground. There was only one lamp in the room. The lamp was placed on the ground at the door, so the light didn't shine far. Xiao Mang stood there and blocked most of the light. Only a ray of light passed over her shoulder and shone on Tin Ano's eyes. The rest of his face was hidden in the darkness. "It's you." Xiao Mang was startled and subconsciously flashed to Yang Fan's side, trying to protect his body. Xiao Mang had only encountered an assassination of an emperor once. That soul-stirring scene was still fresh in her memory. She didn't see the assassin's face at the time, only a pair of eyes. The most difficult thing to change when one changed their appearance was their eyes. At this time, the light only illuminated her eyes, so Xiao Mang recognized her at a glance and subconsciously regarded her as an enemy. Ahem. Yang Fan coughed and said, "Xiao Mang, don't be nervous. She is one of us." "Who's one of us?" Tin Ano immediately retorted. She couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. They were now closer than ever. She didn't think of disguising herself in this rebuttal and used her original voice. Tin Ano had long recognized Xiao Mang. When she saw Yang Fan and Xiao Mang walking out side by side outside the Yang mansion, she had already recognized her. A trained professional assassin's ability to recognize people was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Not to mention that she had fought with Xiao Mang and was injured, so she remembered this woman even more deeply. When she was inquiring about Yang Fan's whereabouts in the Xiuwen workshop, she already knew that Yang Fan's wife was a female guard appointed by the emperor. When she looked at her appearance and combined the two, how could she not know that Xiao Mang was the little palace maid who had injured her? So she wasn't the least bit surprised. Xiao Mang looked at Yang Fan in astonishment, then looked at Tin Ano and began to be confused. How could Lang Jun be related to the assassin who assassinated the emperor? Could it be that Lang Jun really wants to rebel? Tin Ano slowly walked out of the darkness and said in a deep voice, "One is garrulous, the other is crying, what's the use? If you want to protect your elder brother, why don't you think of a way to save him?" Her appearance was revealed under the light, and Xiao Mang looked at her in surprise. She looked at this person who looked like a man but had a pleasant female voice. "I'm a woman." Tin Ano saw Xiao Mang's confusion and explained to her. Then she immediately added, "I saved him because he saved me. He saved me twice, it's not the kind of relationship you think." After saying that, she quickly changed the topic. "Are you afraid of the emperor?" Xiao Mang didn't say anything. Tin Ano smiled and said, "Once I was also afraid of a person. Perhaps it shouldn't be said that I was afraid, but that I was used to obeying. I've been by his side since I was young, and I only obeyed any of his orders. After obeying for a long time, an irresistible pressure formed in my heart. Even if he told me to go die, I wouldn't have the thought of resisting. Tin Ano sighed and said, in fact, this kind of obedience is just a matter of hardening your heart. Once you harden your heart, you will find that there is nothing you don't dare to do. People, after all, are not animals, they can't be tamed. She looked deeply at Yang Fan with an indescribable meaning in her eyes. When you have someone more important than anything in your heart, you will have the courage to break the shackles on your body. Then, you will find that the things that once restrained you and made you think you could never resist, in fact, are nothing. Xiao Meng stared at her for a long time, then slowly turned around and looked affectionately at Yang Fan. He was her husband. He was her elder brother. In order to save her, he was beaten until he vomited blood for a few days and almost died. He was her lover, and he would be the one she would rely on for the rest of her life. Now, someone was trying to take her elder brother and husband away from her. No. Never. The figures of elder brother and her husband gradually overlapped, and Xiao Meng's eyes gradually emitted a kind of bright light. Ever since Yang Fan was imprisoned, the only way she could think of was to beg others. She begged anyone who could influence the imperial power and influence the imperial power. She never thought that she would have the power. Her eyes were always filled with melancholy, sadness, confusion, and hesitation. But now, her eyes gradually revealed the light of determination. The supreme imperial power was like a pagoda that could not be offended in her heart. Suddenly, she was filled with boundless courage and overthrew it all at once. Xiao Meng suddenly turned to Anu and asked in a deep voice, "What do you have? Can you open it?" "I can't open it." "You are an assassin." "Who said that an assassin must know how to open a lock?" "Will the person I want to kill be hidden in a box?" "Then what should we do? The shackles can't be opened at all. Even if we forcibly pull them out from the beam, how can we walk with such a long iron chain? Besides, my hands are also shackled. Can you protect the two of us to break out of the encirclement alone? This method won't work. Let's think again," the two women discussed in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan coughed and said, "I say, you shut up." Tin Ano coldly interrupted him. Xiao Meng apologetically looked at elder brother and said to Tin Ano, "Today we are not prepared. I am afraid it will be difficult to make a move. We already know the situation here. It is better to go back and make some preparations. See if there is anything we can find to open this shackle or steal the key. We will come back tomorrow." Tin Ano said, "Do you think it is easy to sneak in here? I have already tried last night. It is impossible unless we break in by force. And if we break in by force, even if we break in with our strength, how can we have time to remove the shackles for him? Do you think those soldiers are useless? Then what should we do?" Tin Ano slowly paced 2 steps, suddenly stopped and said, "We have been thinking about how to break in the prison." "Why must we break in the prison?" Xie Xiaoman asked curiously, "How can we save people without breaking in the prison?" Tin Ano suddenly turned around and said, "We can break in the execution ground." Xie Xiaoman frowned and said, "Breaking in the execution ground is easier than breaking in the prison?" Tin Ano said, "Of course. When he goes to the execution ground, he will not be wearing such heavy shackles. It is either wooden shackles or thin shackles. A heavy knife can cut them apart. Moreover, the execution of so many officials will definitely cause a stir in the city. Countless people will rush to watch the show. The more people there are, the easier it is to create chaos." Xie Xiaoman's eyes also lit up. "Yes. The location should be on the way to the execution ground. Someone broke in to break in the prison last night. That person must be you, right? If we beat the grass and startled the snake, there will definitely be a lot of soldiers escorting the criminal to the execution ground. When the criminal is on the execution ground, a large number of soldiers will be guarding the perimeter. and when the prison carriages are lined up halfway, the Prime Ministers will be the main focus of the guards. It will be easier for us to make our move. Yes. I think we can get some horses and oxen to drive over first to disrupt the formation of the soldiers. Good idea. We can also use firecrackers. One year during the Lantern Festival, I saw firecrackers set off on Ding Ding Street. The chaos it caused was probably even greater than a herd of horses and oxen. Yes. Not only do we need to save people, we also need to think of an escape route. Prepare horses and money. Once we succeed, we will escape without a trace. Yang Fan thought to himself, actually Wan is thinking of a way, but forget it. In any case, as long as Wan can think of a way, it will be before the execution. Then their plan will be useless. If Wan method doesn't work, then the only way is to escape. Let them plan. The two women sorted out the plan of breaking in to the execution ground in front of Yang Fan. Finally, the two of them looked at each other. Anu asked, "When it comes to understanding the government, I am not as good as you. In your opinion, how much confidence do we have?" Xiao Man estimated for a moment and said, "Maybe 50%. Tin Ano nodded. "If we don't make a move, then there is no chance of survival. 50%, it is worth the risk." Lai Junchen didn't have much of a way to deal with Su Yugong, who was famous for being a thorn in his side. He called Su Yugong and Ho Siji to his office and reprimanded them with 50 planks of the wooden plank. After he was done, he dismissed the two of them and sent someone to inform Lai Zixuan that he would be taking over Yang Fan's case. As soon as the arrangements were made, Wan Guojun sent someone over. Wan Guojun fawned on Madame Wang because of Lai Junchen. It didn't matter whether this was legal or not, or whether it suited Lai Junchen's intentions. What was important was that it showed his loyalty to Lai Junchen. How could he not give this favor to the person in question? Lai Junchen was surprised to hear that his wife had brought the Yang family's daughter to visit. His relationship with Madame Wang was ordinary and they didn't talk much in private. Although he knew that Madame Wang often visited an antique shop, he didn't know that it was Xie Xiaoman's shop, so he was a little puzzled as to how the two met. Lai Junchen pondered as he rushed to Wan Guojun's detention room. Wan Guojun was chatting with Madame Wang. When he saw Lai Junchen, he quickly got up and smiled. "Prime Minister, you are here." Lai Junchen glanced at Wan Guojun and said to Madame Wang with a straight face, "Madam, you are a woman. How can you interfere in the affairs of the prison? How dare you bring his family to visit him? This is against the law. Aren't you making things difficult for Brother Guojun?" Wan Guojun smiled and said, "Prime Minister, the law is nothing more than human feelings. Madam is compassionate and that's why she spoke up for him. If Prime Minister must reprimand someone, then reprimand me." You, Lai Junchen glared at him and said, "My wife doesn't understand the law. Brother Guojun, you are different. How can you agree to such an unreasonable request?" Although it was still a reprimand, there was a hint of affection in his tone. Wan Guojun smiled and cupped his hands. Yes. Prime Minister, you are right. This is the only time. There will be no next time." Lai Junchen snorted and asked, "How long has it been since the Yang family's daughter was imprisoned?" Wan Guojun said, It's been a long time. I was just chatting with Madam and didn't pay much attention to it." Lai Junchen said, "It's about time to let her leave. After all, this is against the law. There are so many second and third rank court officials and their family members are not allowed to see each other. If this matter were to spread, it wouldn't be appropriate." Wan Guojun quickly said, "Prime Minister, you are right. I didn't think it through. I will ask her to leave now." He smiled and looked at Lai Junchen and Madame Wang. "Prime Minister, please continue chatting with Madame Wang. I will take my leave now." Lai Junchen nodded and watched him leave. He then sat beside Madame Wang and smiled warmly. Madam has never interfered with your husband's business. Why did you accept the request of the Yang family's daughter? How did you two meet? Bang! The prison door opened and Wan Guojun said warmly, Yang family's daughter, please come out. In the prison cell, Tin Ano had already moved away when he heard the voice. Xiao Man looked at Yang Fan affectionately before leaving reluctantly. The person imprisoned here was her brother and also her husband. She still had many things to say to him, but she knew that now was not the time. Especially since she had already made up her mind to resist. Right now, she had more important things to do. Xiao Man leisurely walked out of the prison cell and curtsied to Wan Guojun. She said in a low voice, Thank you, Censor Wan. The prison door was locked with a click. Wan Guojun laughed and said, The supervision is the strictest in a major case of rebellion. Visiting prisoners is not allowed by the law. Considering my wife's deep love and Madame Wang's request, I can't do anything outside the law. However, I can't delay for too long. My wife should leave. Someone, unlock the Yang family's daughter. Zhang Lilei was in charge of the keys to the prison cells. The key to the shackles was in charge of another prison chief. When that person heard Wan Guojun's order, he quickly went forward to unlock the shackles for her. At this moment, Lai Junshan had already walked to the window. While listening to Madame Wang's pitiful words about Xiao Man, he looked at Xiao Man in the distance through the window. Xiao Man's body was as slender as a willow, but she was wearing a pair of heavy shackles. The two of them formed a very special visual effect. At first glance, he had the urge to ravage her. Lai Junshan stroked his beard and slightly narrowed his eyes. Why didn't I realize before that a beauty locked up by shackles has such an alluring smell? When I bring her into the room, I want to try this taste. In the prison cell, as soon as the door was locked, Tin Ano quickly walked out from the dark. He leaned against the door and quietly listened to the movements outside. When the footsteps outside gradually faded away, Tin Ano turned around and let out a long sigh. Yang Fan worriedly asked, Nu, how are you going to leave? Tian Ai Nu's anger was almost at its limit, so she didn't want to throw a tantrum at him. She replied calmly, If I wanted to leave, I could kick the door open right now and leave. But if I do that, I will inevitably implicate you. Let's wait until the night is quiet. At that time, I will break a few more prison doors to confuse people. You can pretend that you don't know anything. Yang Fan said, I heard that they have already mobilized troops to guard here. You must be careful. Hearing the deep concern in his tone, Tin Ano felt a little warm in his heart. He said, Don't worry. It is not easy for me to break in, but if I kill my way out unexpectedly, they may not be able to stop me. Yang Fan sighed. If you want to break out tonight, it may not be too dangerous. But to rob the execution field, after the last prison break, the imperial court must have strengthened their defenses. When the time comes, I am afraid that it will not be as easy as you think. This is a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. You don't need to worry about this. Tin Ano said coldly, You have saved me twice. I will risk my life to repay this favor. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Yang Fan felt an impulse and couldn't help but say, Nu, it is not that I have forgotten my feelings for you. It is just that. Just as he said this, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Tin Ano hurriedly said, Be quiet, and flew into the darkness. Come and interrogate Yang Fan. Bring the prisoner out. Someone stood outside the prison door and shouted. 2 Yamen runners came in and untied the shackles from the long chains around the room. They then escorted him out of the prison. Watching the line of officials escort Yang Fan into the distance, Zhang Lilei hung the lock on the door's nose and muttered, Troublesome. Tin Ano was very surprised. The door was half open and light shone in through the crack. After a while, she quietly walked over and gently held the door handle. She quietly looked outside. There were a few Yamen runners walking back and forth in the courtyard. Tin Ano waited for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, when there was no one in the courtyard, she immediately flew out. The new chief supervisor of the Supreme Court, Long Chuan, slowly woke up in the small firewood shed. He suddenly found that the rope tied to his body had disappeared. He hurriedly crawled out from the pile of firewood and suddenly found that his stripped official robe was rolled up and stuffed into his chest. Long Chuan picked up the official robe and carefully examined it. The fish talisman was still there, and the leather pouch was still there. However, the leather pouch was empty. Long Chuan, who turned pale with fright, almost burrowed his head into the leather pouch. Finally, he took out a piece of paper. It was a handover list stamped with the imperial censor's seal. Long Chuan was at a loss. Of course, he did not think that the pretty little nun had stripped off his official robe, asked a lot of things about the imperial censor, tied him up, and knocked him unconscious just to help him deliver an official document. There must be something fishy here. However, now that everything had returned to him, he could go back with a peace of mind. As long as he did not expose it, perhaps nothing would happen. However, if he exposed it, he had just been promoted. Would this soon? Long Chuan made the most correct decision. He put on his clothes and walked out of the firewood shed. He rode his horse and went to the imperial censor's office. After observing from afar for a while and finding nothing out of the ordinary, he turned back to the Supreme Court. The colleagues of the Supreme Court were surprised to find that the beard that Long Chuan had painstakingly grown for more than half a year had disappeared. His chin was smooth, but they did not know what reason he thought of to cover it up. As soon as Xiao Man returned home, the doorman came to greet her. The original doorman, Chen Shou, had already asked for leave to visit his family. The current doorman was one of the servants hired by Xiao Man. His name was Mo Xuanfei, and he was a good talker. When he had nothing to do with the servants, he would set up the Dragon's Gate array. His words were really mysterious, so Xiao Man let him be the doorman. As soon as Mo Xuanfei saw Xiao Man, he hurriedly greeted her and said, "Madam, 2 guests have come to visit. They are now waiting in the hall." When Xiao Man heard that there were 2 guests, she could not help but ask happily, "Is it Brother Chu and the others?" Mo Xuanfei had also seen Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao the last time they came, so he knew who Xiao Man was talking about. He shook his head and said, "No, this guest is wearing a man's robe, but she is a woman. Their carriage is parked by the wall, and they also brought many servants with them. Looking at their style, it is really extraordinary." Xiao Man was very puzzled when she heard this. She hurriedly walked to the guest hall of the second courtyard. When she got to the hall, she saw 2 rows of servants in blue clothes and small hats standing on the left and right side. They were all full of spirit and energy. Xiao Man did not know any of these people, so they must have been brought here by the 2 guests. Xiao Man hurriedly looked at the guest seat and couldn't help but be surprised. The people sitting there turned out to be Shanghai Wanner and Princess Taiping. Tao Mei and the 3rd sister were serving the guests. When they saw the hostess coming back, they hurriedly went forward and said, "Madam." Xiao Man waved her hand to stop them, quickly stepped forward and curtsied, "Xiao Man greets." Shanghai Wanner quickly stood up and interrupted her, "Xiao Man, I took the liberty to come here today because I have something important to discuss with you. It is not convenient to say it here, can you?" Princess Taiping sat there, motionless like a mountain. It seemed that only Shanghai Wanner wanted to take a step to talk to her, and this princess did not want to participate. Xiao Man strangely looked at Princess Taiping, and had to give up on curtsying. She said to Shanghai Wanner, "Please come to the study room to talk." Xiao Man invited Shanghai Wanner into the study room. Before Shanghai Wanner sat down, she told Xiao Man about Princess Taiping and her request. Xiao Man couldn't help but be stunned. Shanghai Wanner said shamefully, "Xiao Man, it's sister's incompetence, I can't help him out. Now the emperor has issued an internal decree. It is estimated that 3 days before the execution, it will be officially announced to the world. Now, since the princess has a way, in order to save his life, we have to agree. Xiao Man listened and silently bowed her head. She didn't expect that Princess Taiping liked her Lang Jun so much. No wonder that Princess Taiping asked the emperor for Lang Jun's marriage. It turned out that she wanted to destroy the relationship between Sister Wanner and Lang Jun. No wonder that on the day of my marriage with Lang Jun, she sent such a generous gift. It turned out that she hoped Lang Jun would not forget her affection. She used me to set up obstacles between Sister Wanner and Lang Jun. Now that she has a good opportunity, she also wants to kick me away. Xiao Man quickly figured out the cause and effect of the matter. The strange thing was that when she understood all this, she couldn't have any hatred for Princess Taiping, even if Princess Taiping now took advantage of the situation and wanted her to leave her husband. No matter what Princess Taiping's intention was to persuade the emperor to appoint a marriage for her, if it wasn't for Princess Taiping, Xiao Man clearly knew that she would never be with Lang Jun. Not to mention that there was no emotional contact between her and Lang Jun. Just based on the relationship between Lang Jun and Sister Wanner, she would never be with Lang Jun. If one day they recognized each other, she and Lang Jun could only be a pair of good brother and sister. So now she even had a deep gratitude to Duke Taiping. She was grateful that Princess Taiping gave her a Mr. Right. If it was Wu Zetian who appointed a marriage for her, Xiao Man might not care about this before. But now she was reluctant. Perhaps she had feelings for Yang Fan for a long time, but this feeling was like a gurgling stream, slowly accumulating. Even she didn't realize that when she became Yang Fan's wife and lived together with him, her feelings were unconsciously fermented deeper and thicker. When Lang Jun went to prison, this feeling was catalyzed, and she suddenly realized that she had fallen in love with this man deeply. Today, she also knew that her Lang Jun was the elder brother she had been looking for. Family and love overlapped on the same person. This huge emotional power even overcame the belief of the supremacy of the imperial power that had long been engraved in her bones. How could she be willing to break up with her Lang Jun? She didn't hate Princess Taiping, but she would not agree to Princess Taiping's request even if she killed herself. However, since Princess Taiping said so, she should be more confident to save her Lang Jun. If she didn't agree, she could only wait for the public execution day to rob the execution field. Xiao Man didn't dare to have too much hope about robbing the execution field. The censorate had been invaded and 15 people were killed. In this case, in order to ensure that there would be no accidents on the execution day, how could the imperial court not be on strict guard? At that time, it would not be easy to break the siege and save her Lang Jun. Robbing the execution field was the only way. Xiao Man had already made a plan. If she could save him, she would save him. If not, she would go to hell with her Lang Jun. Now, if Princess Taiping had a way to save her Lang Jun's life, Xiao Man was not willing to let go of this opportunity. What should she do? Shanghai Wan saw her changing expression and hesitating for a long time. She couldn't help but feel sad. Looking at the situation, she knew that Xiao Man had really fallen in love with Yang Fan. She knew better than anyone what kind of pain it was to ask a woman who had given her true love to give up her lover. But did she have a choice? Shanghai Wan couldn't help but persuade, Xiao Man, if there is a glimmer of hope, I won't. But this is his last chance, we can't. Okay. Xiao Man suddenly raised her head and quickly calmed down. I agree. Xiao Man turned around and opened the door. She told the third sister who was standing outside, go to the guest hall and ask the noble to come here. Tell her that we have finished our discussion. After a while, Princess Taiping gently waved her folding fan, like a handsome young man. She walked into the study and glanced at the two with her charming eyes. She said with a smile, have you two finished your discussion? Behind him, the door was quietly closed. Princess Taiping walked over and turned around to sit on the brocade stool. She gently waved her ivory folding fan and said with a sweet smile, then, tell me, what's your plan? Xiao Man didn't bow to the princess as usual. She didn't need to bow to a woman who tried to take her husband away. Imperial power? When she got rid of the shackles in her heart in the cell, she didn't think it was important anymore. She stared at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, are you sure that you can save his life?" Princess Taiping's folding fan suddenly stopped. Sure? She didn't have 100% sure either. Mother could poison one son, strangle another son, and beat 2 grandsons to death for the throne of the emperor. She used her most beloved daughter to make a deal. She knew that her son-in-law was innocent, but she could starve him to death in prison just to frighten people. 100% sure? She really didn't. But the folding fan in her hand only paused for a moment and then she put it away. She slightly raised her eyebrows and said, "Of course, I already have a perfect plan to save his life." "Good." Xiao Man nodded slowly and raised her right hand slowly. She touched her palm with her thumb and little finger and pointed to the sky 3 times. She said seriously, "I, Siemuan, swear to God. If you can save my husband, Siemuan will divorce my husband. From then on, we have nothing to do with each other. If I break this oath, let my husband become my long-lost brother." Princess Taiping couldn't help but show a surprised expression on her face when she heard such a vicious oath. She was stunned for a moment and then nodded. "Good. You can even think of such a unique oath. I believe you." After Princess Taiping had proposed to the emperor that Xiao Man should be Yang Fan's wife, she had inquired about Xiao Man's background in passing. She knew that Xiao Man, this orphan, actually had an elder brother, but they had been separated since childhood. Xiao Man was confused at that time, so she simply told her about her background. Naturally, she didn't explain too much. Besides, in her heart at that time, her elder brother was just like her biological brother. Should she emphasize that her elder brother had no blood relation with her? Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Princess Taiping had always thought that her elder brother was her bloodkin. From common sense, it could only be so. Who would have thought that the elder brother, whom she had been separated from since she was a few years old, whom she still couldn't forget, and who she had been searching for, would have no blood relation with her? Would a child's sworn brother and sister have such deep feelings? Now that she heard Xiao Man make such a vicious oath, Princess Taiping was naturally very satisfied. Shanghai Wanner knew that Xiao Man's elder brother had no blood relation with her, because Xiao Man had told her in detail about her relationship with her elder brother. Now that she heard such an oath, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. God! Xiao Man! Xiao Man! I'm so stupid! Why didn't I think of doing something to the oath? Why did I have to obediently swear according to what she said? I'm so stupid, so stupid, so stupid. Xiao Man stared at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, "Now, Your Highness, can you tell me how to save my husband?" Her tone was a little harsh, but Princess Taiping, who was in a good mood, didn't mind. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course you can, but my plan doesn't need your help. It's useless for you to know the details. Now let me ask you, who gave the 16 shops to your family?" Xiao Man slightly frowned and said, "Lang Jun didn't say this. He only said that someone asked a person called Zhao Yu to give it to him. I didn't ask about the details." Princess Taiping said, "Then what about the documents of these shops? Bring them to me." Xiao Man said, "The day after the emperor issued the internal decree, the censorate took away the documents. They also said that tomorrow they would send people to check the shops one by one." Princess Taiping heard this and felt strange. She couldn't help but frown. Taking away the documents could be explained as an investigation. But the shops weren't closed and only sent people to check and check. I really don't know what Lai Junshin is thinking. Does he want to fill his own pockets? According to the law of the Tang dynasty passed down from the Great Zhou dynasty, the person involved, his father, and his son who had reached the age of 16 would all be hanged. Sons under the age of 16, their mothers, daughters, wives, concubines, brothers, and sisters would all be made into official slaves. Their property and land would be confiscated. The emperor's imperial edict only needed to be formal and the crime would be confirmed. It would be dealt with according to this rule. Li Junchen took away the documents in advance and wanted to check the shops and check the goods in advance. It really gave people the feeling that he wanted to seize the Yang family's property before the official confiscation. Princess Taiping naturally didn't think that Li Junchen took away the property in advance to avoid it being confiscated. His purpose was to make Xiao Man obediently submit. When Xiao Man became an official slave, Li Junchen could naturally change her identity with his ability. She had absolute control over a woman's dowry. Her husband had no right to use it or ask about it. When the time came, he would return the 16 shops to her as her dowry. Then she would have no worries. With this two-pronged approach, Li Junchen didn't believe that this little girl would not obediently submit. Princess Taiping thought for a while and didn't understand Li Junchen's intention. She put the matter aside and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have the documents. Anyway, I don't want to tamper with your documents. If I want to know the details of the documents, I can go to Luoyang Prefecture to investigate. Remember, no matter what others ask you, you can't answer clearly, including the origin of these 16 shops. Do you understand?" Xiao Man nodded. Princess Taiping smiled at Wan and said intimately, "Wan, let's go. There are still some things that I need your help with." Wan felt like her heart was being slowly devoured by a poisonous snake. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Wan wanted to cry but had no tears. Xiao Man said stiffly, "Princess, take care. Xiao Man won't see you out." Princess Taiping knew that she was in a bad mood. If she still maintained her etiquette and solemnly saw her out, it would be strange. When he saw Shangguan Wan standing there in a daze, he thought that she was sad to see Xiao Man make the vow, so he reached out and pulled her arm, walking out with her. Wan walked at the door. She looked back at Xiao Man and only left a deep sigh. The door closed silently, and Buqi stood there motionless. The window of the study room suddenly opened with a "pa" sound. Tin Ano was wearing an embroidered hat, narrow sleeves, a leather belt around his waist, striped pants, and a pair of soft embroidered shoes. He looked like a very handsome young man with a beard. He leaned against the window frame with his legs bent and swung leisurely. He said slowly, "You are so evil." Xiao Man seemed to know that she was outside. She suddenly looked back and smiled brightly. "Children who are too honest will not be able to get food." Chapter 361. In the Luoyang Prefecture, in the administrative room of Li Jing, the slippery old official saw that the judge and the visitor seemed to have important matters to discuss. Even though the two were in the inner room, he still left to avoid arousing suspicion. The front and back rooms were empty. In the inner room, Li Jing and the external steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi, sat opposite each other. Li Jing looked somewhat similar to his cousin, Li Yi. Their physiques were also similar, but the corners of his eyes didn't have the smile lines that Li Yi had, making him appear more serious. Li Jing frowned tightly and said, "Cousin, this forged document is a bit difficult." Li Yi's extremely plump face was always smiling, without the slightest trace of embarrassment. "Difficult? What's so difficult about it? If you want to talk bureaucratically, go talk to someone else. There's no need to talk to me. You think I'll let you suffer when I order you around?" The Li family was poor in the past, so Li Yi had no choice but to enter the palace to become a eunuch. Later, he became a steward eunuch for Princess Taiping and had some connections in the capital. His cousin, Li Yi, not only received a lot of financial support when he was studying, but he was also able to stay in a place like the Luoyang Prefecture as an official. Moreover, he was able to survive until he joined the army. His cousin, Li Yi, had a lot of help, so he naturally didn't need to be polite when speaking to him. Li Yi took out a scroll from his sleeve and threw it in front of Li Jing. Li Jing opened it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Li narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, "How is it? You've worked here for 5 years. Including your salary and filial piety, how much can you get?" Li Jing composed himself and said nervously, "Cousin, who is this person? Spending so much money just to forge a document, is he trying to steal someone's property?" Li curled his lips and said, "Steal my ass? Stealing someone's property? Has anyone ever changed their family?" He stretched out a stubby finger and pointed at the table, saying, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Do you think your brother will cheat you? If this matter is done, it won't just let you make a fortune." He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly said, "You still have 1 year before your term in the Luoyang prefecture ends, right? Even if you get excellent grades in your exams, you still have to move. Where? You can't decide that. If you succeed in this matter, that noble person will guarantee you a lucrative place to go. Even if you want to go to Yangzhou, it is not impossible." Li Jing's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Is this true?" Li pursed her lips and closed her eyes, not saying a word. Li Jing could not restrain himself. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cousin, leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I'll be able to do it perfectly. You won't be able to see any flaws." Li opened his eyes and chuckled, "That's right. Li Jing, I can help you for a while, but I can't protect you for a lifetime. You have to work hard for everything. You have to be bold when it's time to be bold. I'll go back and wait for your news. Remember my words. Fortune comes from danger." In the Hall of History, a few officers of the Jin Wu Guards looked at each other but did not dare to whisper to each other. The Jin Wu Guards were originally one of the Emperor's troops. Although Qiu Shenji was executed for treason, Wu Zetian was the clearest about Qiu Shenji's true crimes. Therefore, she did not lose her trust in the Jin Wu Guards. She only carried out a massive purge in the army, removing those who were too close to Qiu Shenji and transferring them out of the Jin Wu Guard. The Jin Wu Guards stationed in the palace were not affected by this storm. But after Zhu Bin was arrested for treason, the investigation of the Jin Wu Guards, especially the officers and soldiers of the Jin Wu Guards, became much stricter, making the officers and soldiers of the Jin Wu Guards like street rats. Every time they went on duty, they felt that the soldiers of the Left Guards and Yulin Guards were guarding against them like thieves. But there was nothing they could do about it. Shangguan Wan'er was not their direct superior. They belonged to the military system, so Shangguan Wan'er had no right to transfer them over to ask questions. Of course, that was the case. But when Xie Xiaoman asked Zhu Bin for help as Captain Guo Yi of the Plum Blossom Guards, didn't Zhu Bin gladly accept her request? If Shangguan Wan'er had something to say but did not inform them, and instead directly told the Emperor, they would not be able to bear it. Especially at a time like this, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and obediently report to the Hall of History. They waited for a long time, but the superior did not summon them. At this moment, the door opened and a delicate and pretty female official walked in with a little palace maid. Du Runxing recognized this woman. She was a female official in the palace, and her name was Fu Qingqing. Du Runxing quickly straightened his posture and respectfully called out, "Elder Sister Fu." Fu Qingqing was not yet 20 years old, and was 16 or 17 years younger than Du Runxing. But in the palace, the respectful title for palace maids and female officials was Elder Sister, just like how eunuchs were respectfully addressed as eunuchs. Du Runxing addressed her this way only to express his respect. Fu Qingqing's hands smoothed the skirt behind her buttocks, and she sat on the embroidered stool in a flirtatious manner. In a clear voice, she said, "I called you all here today because I have 2 things to ask you." Du Runxing quickly smiled and said, "Elder sister, please ask. This one is listening." Speaking of which, Fu Qingqing, this female official's rank was not higher than Du Runxing's, a 7th-level cloud cavalry officer. Moreover, internal officials and external officials, even if they were of the same rank, were slightly lower. But the situation was stronger than the person. Right now, the commander of the imperial entourage was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Fu Qingqing smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing much. Originally, the matter of your commander of the imperial entourage is not up to me, a female official, to manage. But I happened to hear a few of my palace maids gathering together and gossiping. So I called you all here to ask. If there's nothing wrong, I can punish them to prevent them from talking nonsense in the future." Du Runxing and Lieutenant Tang Qianli looked at each other. Du Runxing carefully said, "I wonder what elder sister is talking about?" Fu Qingqing said, "You are the commander of the imperial entourage. You are in charge of various matters in the palace. You are in charge of my tent, the old carpet, the flags and drums, the livestock, and other matters. Someone said that you all secretly sold the tent, the carpet, the flags and drums. There was also someone who deliberately destroyed the bronze trumpets used by the big horn hand and claimed a new one. The old trumpets were destroyed into bronze pieces and sold to the merchant. Is there such a thing?" Du Runxing and the rest's expression changed. They naturally could not completely hide what they did from the people in the palace. There were indeed some eunuchs and palace maids who knew about it. But these people also got a share of the benefits. Why would they talk about it behind their backs? Fu Qingqing glanced at them and smiled lightly. She said, "Why don't you all discuss it and then give me an answer? I'm not in a hurry." Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands. She said with a smile, "Oh right, this is Lieutenant Tang Qianli, right?" Tang Qianli said cautiously, "That's me." Fu Qingqing said, "Lieutenant Tang and the commander of the imperial entourage, Zhu Bin, are said to be very close." "I was wrong. It's not just you, it's—" She stretched out a slender finger and lightly swept it across the crowd. She said with a smile, "The bunch of you." The expressions of the soldiers all changed. Zhu Bin had already been convicted of the crime of rebellion. What did Fu Qingqing mean by this? Tang Qianli hurriedly said, "Sister Fu has misunderstood. We don't have a close relationship with Captain Zhu. It's just that, he's our immediate superior. We naturally have more daily contact." Fu Qingqing picked at her finger and said lightly, "Is that so? Why did I hear that Lieutenant Tang once said to Zhu Bin in the imperial entourage's yamen, 'I only know Captain Zhu. I don't know anything else. I will advance and retreat with Captain Zhu in everything. As long as Captain Zhu says the word, I won't hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or dive into the sea.'" Tang Qianli grinned and was about to cry. If he had known that this kind of flattery to express loyalty could also cause trouble, he wouldn't have said it even if he was beaten to death. The little palace maid standing behind Fu Qingqing blinked her eyes and asked innocently, "Sister Fu, so what if Lieutenant Tang says that? Although Captain Zhu has been arrested for rebellion, it's not enough to convict Lieutenant Tang of a crime just because of this one sentence, right?" Fu Qingqing said, "That's hard to say. Cui, do you know what counts as rebellion according to the laws of the Great Zhou?" The little palace maid shook her head. "Cui doesn't know." Fu Qingqing said, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, there are 3 grounds for rebellion. First, conspiracy is a crime. There's no need for you to really rebel. As long as you plan it, regardless of whether it's carried out or not, you'll be killed without mercy. Second, you've already committed a crime. As long as you have any rebellious actions, regardless of the damage caused, you'll be killed without mercy. Third, you'll be guilty of speaking. Regardless of whether you really want to rebel or not, whether you have a plan or not, as long as you speak, you'll be killed without mercy." The two of them echoed each other, causing Tang Qianli to break out in a cold sweat. His face was pale and bloodless. The little palace maid came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Then for Lieutenant Tang to swear such loyalty to a traitor, it's enough to sentence him to death. Since these soldiers are his accomplices in the theft, they might also be on the same side. As long as Lieutenant Tang is handed over to Lai Junshin for interrogation, the truth will definitely be revealed. The moment she said this, the faces of the soldiers immediately changed. Cloud Cavalry Captain Du Runxing let out a long sigh and cupped his hands at Fu Qingqing, saying, "My subordinates are short-sighted, and can't take a scare from you, sister. If sister has any ideas, please give us your orders. We brothers will definitely obey." Fu Qingqing opened her mouth and smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. She looked very handsome and chuckled. "Du Yunxi, I think you look like a smart person. Hee, you're indeed a smart person." Chapter 362. The Prime Minister and many court officials had already been convicted. Tomorrow would be the third day before the execution. It was time to issue an official edict to the world. The case of rebellion had been settled, and the vacated positions of the officials involved needed to be rearranged. In reality, the 6 ministries and other yamens were easier to deal with, unless the vacated officials were ones that Wu Zetian found an eyesore. Then, as long as the officials moved up one rank, the transfer of power could be easily completed. What truly troubled Wu Zetian was the selection of the Prime Minister. 3 vacancies had suddenly appeared, and the Prime Minister was not someone who could be casually promoted. This person first had to be suitable for Wu Zetian's liking, and also had to be trustworthy. At the same time, he had to enjoy high prestige and status in the court. Once he became Prime Minister, he had to be able to control the situation. Otherwise, he would be like Fu Yi. Once someone like that was transferred to the central government, he would only be a decoration. Wu Zetian seriously pondered for several days but still could not make a decision. She could only put the matter aside and think about it later. However, no matter who was promoted to become Prime Minister, Li Zhaoda was clearly the most senior. Wu Zetian added him to the position of internal censor and promoted him to the number 1 Prime Minister. In Wu Zetian's mind, other than the Prime Minister, the other important candidate was the 3 Laws Department. She wanted to use this opportunity to make some adjustments to the 3 Laws Department. Wu Zetian was a wife who had usurped her husband's power, and a mother who had usurped her son's position. There were many people in the world who were dissatisfied with this. She had to be on guard against the conspiracies of the generals and ministers, and many people rebelled against the rule. She had to be on guard. Moreover, she had become empress as a woman. This was an unprecedented miracle and went against the will of the people. If she wanted to sit firmly in this position, she needed to be 10 times more powerful than a male emperor to intimidate the world. She lived deep in the palace. To intimidate the officials and monitor the world, she needed eyes and ears. Her eyes and ears were the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was originally only responsible for reviewing serious cases. The power of sentencing was in the Ministry of Justice. After she came to power, she increased the power of the Imperial Censorate and turned it into a second Ministry of Justice. Therefore, among the 3 departments of justice, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were especially important. They were her eyes that monitored the officials and her ears that listened to the thoughts of the officials. Now, only half of her eyes and ears remained. She didn't like the way she used the Ministry of Justice. At the very least, it gave her a feeling that it wasn't very effective. Zhang Qujin was the former Minister of Justice, but Zhou Xing wanted this position. Between Zhang Qujin and Zhou Xing, she chose Zhou Xing. Who would have thought that Zhou Xing would become so arrogant after his success that he actually participated in the fight for the position of Crown Prince and colluded with Wu Qingxi? She decisively eliminated him. But this time, the Ministry of Justice lacked a successor. The current Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was Cui Yuanzong, and the position of Minister was vacant. Cui Yuanzong was born in the Zhengzhou Cui clan, a branch of the Qinghe Cui clan. Although his family was not so close to the Cui family in Qinghe, Wu Zetian still had some fear. No matter if it was the nobles in Shandong or Guanlong, They had always opposed her becoming the empress and even the emperor. However, the power of aristocratic families was deeply intertwined and not so easy to eradicate. There was no one available in the Ministry of Justice. Without Cui Yuanzong, it would be even more difficult to find a capable person to take charge of this important yamen. The current Chief Justice was Su Zhang. This person was an old official from the time of Emperor Gaozong. He was a strict official and was not an official who passionately supported her as the emperor, but he had never spoken against her. Moreover, the role of the Supreme Court was weaker than that of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, so she could temporarily ignore it. Next was the Censorate. Li Junchen and Zhou Xing were the same. They were both ordinary men who had been promoted by her. These two had no connections to the aristocratic families, and had nothing to do with the complicated system of officials from the previous dynasty. They had worked hard. Although they did not study, they were skilled. They helped her take over the two important yamens, the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, and helped her establish the most important pair of eyes and ears. Zhou Xing had been arrogant. Now that he had been executed, the only person she could rely on was Li Junchen. Her most trusted eyes and ears were only left with the Censorate. This made her feel somewhat uneasy. She felt her control was weakening, as if there was an invisible hand slowly taking the court out of her control. With Li Junchen in the Censorate, I can rest assured. However, if I want to rest easy, one of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice must be absolutely under my control. Wu Zetian thought to herself, with the frequent changes in personnel, it is not appropriate to make any moves for now. Moreover, I do not have a suitable candidate in my hands. This matter can be put aside for now. Once I find someone who is loyal, reliable, and capable enough to help me control the vital points, I will then place him in the Ministry of Justice. As Wu Zetian thought of this, her brush paused slightly. She stopped at the position of Cui Yuanzong in the Ministry of Justice on the promotion list submitted by Li Zhaoda. She wrote a line of small words, "No. The position of Minister of Justice can be temporarily vacant." She decided that the position of Minister of Justice would be temporarily vacant. Cui Yuanzong would still be acting as the Minister of Justice. Once she found a suitable candidate, she would promote Cui Yuanzong to Minister of Justice and appoint someone she trusted as an assistant minister. It would be like the combination of Zhang Chujin and Zhou Xing. This would strengthen her control over the Ministry of Justice. Wu Zetian closed the memorials Li Zhaoda had submitted to the various ministries. She said to Warner, "That's it. Immediately send someone to deliver this to Minister Li. Tomorrow, when the edict is issued, all the new officials will immediately take up their posts. The affairs of the state cannot be delayed." After she finished speaking, she stretched and said, "I am a little tired. Accompany me to the Hall of Flying Fragrance to relax." "Yes." Shanghai Warner took the memorials with both hands and beckoned Xiao Hai over. She gave him a few instructions in a low voice and gave him a look. Xiao Hai understood and immediately took the memorials and quietly left Wucheng Hall. Xiao Hai held the urgent document the emperor had approved. As soon as he walked out of the main hall, a small eunuch who was patrolling in the courtyard came up to greet him. He said, "How are you, Eunuch Hai?" Xiao Hai nodded arrogantly at him. When he came closer, he lowered his voice and said, "Everyone has finished taking care of government affairs. They are now heading to the Hall of Flying Fragrance." The eunuch did not say anything else. He only nodded and turned to the east. Xiao Hai looked at his back and then turned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Shanghai Warner accompanied Wu Zetian to the Hall of Flying Fragrance. Wei Tuaner, who had already been notified, had already spread out a bamboo mat in the hall. She put a basin of ice on it and used it to chill Wu Zetian's favorite fermented rice. She waited for her arrival. When Wu Zetian arrived at the Hall of Flying Fragrance, Wei Tuaner helped her to take off her court attire and put on a light robe. She walked barefooted to the mat and sat down to drink a cup of cold fermented rice. Then she lay down with Lady Zhu as her pillow. She listened to Tuan and Wan talking beside her. When she heard something interesting, she would laugh and chime in. Beside her, there was a feather fan waving gently. The cool breeze blew gently and she gradually recovered. At this time, a palace maid came in and said, "Everyone, Princess Taiping requests an audience." Wu Zetian recovered and was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Ling Yu is here. Call her in." After a while, Princess Taiping, who was still dressed as a man, walked in with big strides. Wu Zetian saw her angry look and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "Oh, what's going on? Who dares to bully my precious daughter? Did he have some unpleasant quarrel with the son-in-law?" Princess Taiping snorted heavily and said, "Him? He dares. Give him some guts." After that, Princess Taiping sat down on the mat, still looking angry. Wu Zetian sat up. Tuan quickly put a pillow under her waist. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Good girl, what are you unhappy about?" "Daughter," Princess Taiping wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Zetian smiled knowingly. She said, "You little girl, you always have a big mouth. Why are you hesitating today?" Wu Zetian waved her hand and said with a smile, "All right, all of you can leave. I want to talk to Ling Yu." Shanghai Wanner and Wei Tuana left. The palace maids and eunuchs also left slowly. Wu Zetian held Princess Taiping's hand and put it in her palm. She gently stroked it and said, "Good girl, what is the matter? You don't have to be afraid to talk to your own mother, right?" Princess Taiping said, "Isn't it because of Lai Junchen? Other people can't interfere in this matter. I can only ask mother for justice." Wu Zetian was startled. She said, "Lai Junchen? What did Lai Junchen do to make me unhappy?" Princess Taiping said, "Lai Junchen is extremely daring. He actually sealed up his daughter's shop. That was an industry that she had spent all of her savings to purchase. Originally, she was thinking of compounding interest and profit to earn some money for her family. Who knew, not only did he want to confiscate his daughter's shop, he even captured the person who was managing the shop for his daughter." Wu Zetian was taken aback and cried out involuntarily, "No way? Lai Junchen is so daring? Does he know that it is your shop? And on what basis did he confiscate it?" Princess Taiping sneered. "Rebellion. Of course it is rebellion. Anyang, think about it, for so many years, as long as they offended Lai Junchen, which one of them did not commit treason?" Wu Zetian was startled. Her expression gradually became serious. She had now roughly guessed her daughter's intention. It seemed that she wanted to plead for mercy on behalf of someone else. Wu Zetian had always opposed the imperial children interfering in government affairs. With their special identity, once they got involved in politics, it would undoubtedly cause more turbulence. More factions would be formed, resulting in endless political dispute. If this was a sign that her daughter intended to intervene in politics and cultivate her trusted followers, she must nip it in the bud. Wu Zetian said seriously, "Where did my daughter's shop get confiscated by Lai Junchen? Who was the person who was taken away by him?" Princess Taiping didn't seem to notice the dangerous glint in Wu Zetian's eyes. She angrily said, "My daughter's shop is in the South City. There are 16 shops in total. I spent a lot of effort to buy them. Now the one who takes care of the shop for me is Yang Fan, the left officer of the Yulin Academy." "Yang Fan?" Wu Zetian's eyes suddenly became deeper.